Let's do this.
Let's get ready to for the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world.
Pull up the seat and pull out your shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. The coalition of bitches, they talk trash. On the mission to fit in your soft ass. Rolling green and clubbing this golf class. Loaded lust couldn't say they lost ass. The conscious community streets is all sad. Niggas be thinking they heat, they all last. Be conscious of all the sand in the hourglass. Be humble when be prepared when the power pass. Old and young niggas, we all class. Ideology different, we move the ball fast. Yeah, these chickens is out of season, we haul ass. There's a reason we undefeated, it's all fast. Pull up a seat and pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass. Pull up a seat and pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up ballin' out on they fraud ass.
Boom, boom, boom. What's going on, everybody? Yo, there's 2 shows in a row. This is crazy. I'm out of my mind. But I hope everybody enjoyed their Labor Day yesterday. I appreciate everybody for coming over, rocking with us yesterday for Labor Day. Had a good little discussion. So today we're gonna jump right back into it. It's been a lot of claims that people have been hating on Dr. Ben, right? And it was a good saying that I once heard that says, the truth sounds like hate for those who hate the truth. So it's okay to call everybody else pseudo, right? It's okay to call your contemporary brothers pseudo, right? It's okay to call Jabari and them pseudo for repeating Dr. Ben's claims. But it's wrong to call Dr. Ben pseudo. All right? If I was repeating the racial tropes of James Henry Breasted, y'all would call me pseudo. Y'all would claim that James Henry Breasted work was pseudo and racist. But the moment we turn that light back on Afrocentric scholars, we're running afoul. We're running afoul. I remember when I first came into this community, I would see people tear down Ivan Van Sertima. And I was a huge Ivan Van Sertima fan, right? I believed mostly all of the Afrocentric points of view for the most part, right? That was my strong point, right? World history in general, but I leaned towards Afrocentrism because I felt as though something was being withheld or our story wasn't being told correctly. That there was an agenda to not teach African history or Black history fairly or correctly. So I leaned on Afrocentric scholars, right, to fill in those gaps for me, right? So I was a huge Ivan Van Sertima fan. I was always into Egypt, all right? I was always into Egypt So Ivan Van Sertima actually helped me understand a lot about Egypt early on. Um, some of the first books that I read that got into ancient Egypt was Tony Browder books, right? Because I had Dr. Ben and I had Dr. Ben's books early because my father was a huge Dr. Ben fan. Peace, uh, Joe, Sid Breeze. Um, my father was a big Dr. Ben fan, right? I always tell y'all that. All of the Afrocentric scholars for the most part, right? So I always had Dr. Ben books available. We used to go see Dr. Ben when he came to Baltimore. Um, Van Sertima, the same thing. Um, but those books were at that point when I was in like 12 years old, they was way above my head, right? So then when Tony Browder started to release his books in the early 90s, they were more easier to read for me, right? They gave me a understanding. Um, what's going on, Psycho? S. Rush, what's up? They gave me some type of understanding to start uh, understanding what Van Sertima and Dr. Ben and them was putting forth. Again, that was Tony Browder, right? He wrote on a lower level um, than Dr. Ben and them, and he put a lot of things in into younger people's faces where they could understand. Like he would do the thing with the dollar bill. He would show you how the pyramid is on the dollar bill and where the pyramid actually came from. Um, so yeah, definitely. So after I started reading uh, Tony Browder, right? First he came out with two small books, and then he came out with his big book, his textbook. Um, Now Valley Contributions to Civilization. I used to love that book. I still like it. I think it was so well put together. So well put together even nowadays. All right. So when I read Tony Browder's um Now Valley Contributions, then I could start to read Ivan Van Sertima, Egypt Revisited. Now, Ivan Van Sertima's Egypt Revisited was an easier book to read than Sheikh Anti Diop's Civilization of Barbarism and his other books, right? Now, uh what Van Sertima would do, right? See, it was stepping stones. Let me give y'all a little bit of this, right? It was stepping stones. Remember, I was 11, 12 years old, right? Those books were way over my head, right? Tony Browder wrote down, right? And he explained certain things, on an elementary level, all right? Now, when he explained those things on the elementary level, it was easier for me to read Van Sertima. And then Van Sertima paraphrased and kind of condensed Diop's work in Egypt Revisited, if y'all don't know this, right? So he gave a lot of Diop's and them arguments that they presented at the Cairo Symposium and all of their works that led up to the Cairo Symposium. If y'all should check that book out, it's still a good read. Egypt Revisited, all right, by Ivan Van Sertima. All right. So then I was able to read Diop. I was able to and then another other works that helped me be able to read Diop in them was Ages of Gold and Silver. John G. Jackson. John G. Jackson. All right. When John G. Jackson, I picked up one of my father books, Ages of Gold and Silver. That was very condensed. You know what I mean? It gave a lot of that nuance and that condensed information down for me to start to be able to understand Diop and the works by Dr. Ben. All right. So it was Browder, right? Then Van Sertima. And and another book that was condensed that was easier to read was Chancellor Williams, The Destruction of Black Civilization. It's elementary, right? It's an elementary book. You know, it can get you caught up on all of the Afrocentric talking points, right? And it's a good story. But yeah, so Van Sertima definitely was fire, still fire. So when I came into this community, right, I saw Garfield in them, Unk in them, right? This was before I knew these guys. I seen them going in sometimes on Van Sertima. And for me, that was blasphemy. I'm like, how could y'all go in on Van Sertima? Crazy, right? Going in on Elijah Muhammad, that was crazy to me. Going in on Farrakhan, that was crazy to me. Going in on Noble Drew Ali, that was crazy to me. Right? All of these people were, you know, were giants, right? In the Afrocentric circles that I was raised in. All right. In the Afrocentric circles that I was raised in, right, these guys were untouchable. They were untouchable. So when I seen people taking shots at them, right, when I seen them taking shots, you know, at J.A. Rogers, calling J.A. Rogers' works pseudo, right? I thought I was dealing with big boys, right? So I said, okay, well, if that's the case, everybody can get it. Anybody can get it. I thought that was the mantra, right? If we start taking shots at J.A. Rogers, if we start taking shots at Van Sertima, you dig what I'm saying? Then anybody can get it. But it depends on who they were arguing with. See, at the time I started picking up on the conscious community, Sinetta and stuff, they were beefing with the Moors, the Moors. It was, I guess, I don't know what's going on. Is we still live, y'all? iPhone Wi-Fi disconnected, optimize, continue to count. I don't know what the fuck is going on. What's going on here? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It says something about my bandwidth or something. I don't know what's going on. I probably need to pay my internet bill. But so when I seen them going at Van Sertima because and J.A. Rogers, they were going at him because they were appreciate that African teacher. Because I seen the conscious community, right, taking shots at Van Sertima. Appreciate that contrary. I seen them taking shots at Van Sertima and J.A. Rogers, right? Now, I told y'all how I revered these guys. I didn't think it was a black community that would go at Van Sertima and J.A. Rogers, especially J.A. Rogers. Van Sertima too. It was crazy, right? So I realized that, you know, that we will pick and choose who we decide or what scholars we will covet and which ones we will go at, which ones we will call pseudo and which ones we will protect, right? So I had to leave my feelings at the door. Y'all seeing a guy now that then turned his feelings off. Y'all made me grow up and put my big boy pants on because I thought y'all was big boys. Oh, the way y'all used to call J.A. Rogers' work pseudo, the way y'all used to talk about uh uh Van Sertima, right? Calling his work pseudo, right? So I said, okay, it's time to leave the childish stuff behind, and I got to jump in the ring and be able to be a big boy, right? When they would call Farrakhan out, when they would talk crazy about Elijah Muhammad and Noble Drew Ali, right? I remember going to Coppin State College, is a college here in Maryland, down here in Baltimore, right? Dr. Ben and them would come to Coppin. They would come to, we had another school, it was a 2-year college back in the 90s called Sojourner Douglas College, right? It was you would get your associate's degree there, right? It was a Sojourner Douglas College, right? A lot of them used to come to Sojourner Douglas, and they would come to Morgan State University here in Baltimore, right? Because these were historically black colleges. I'm from a black city. So Dr. Ben and them would come here on their circuit, all right? Now, I remember the announcers, right? Before Dr. Ben and them would come up and speak, I was a little kid, 11 years old, whatever, blase, blase. And I remember they used to pour out libations into a plant, right? And they would call out the different ancestors, they would say, right? And as they pulled out some libation, they would say, first they would say an ancestor name, and then they would pour out libation. And they would say the ancestor names of the people that they revered. Now, this is Dr. Ben. This is everybody is here, right? Ishak Musa Bird Shango, he used to do it all the time. Sometimes he would open up. He would always come, you know what I mean? And he would be the opening teacher. What's going on, Infinite? Appreciate that, JJ. So they would pour out the libation, right? They would say, they would call out, Harriet Tubman, and they would pour out some libation. They would say, Ashe. They would say, Sojourner Douglas, and they would pour out some libation into the plant, and they would say, Ashe, right? They would call out, and they did this all the way up into the 2000s, right? When I stopped going, right? And all of these people, Dr. Ben and them was passing away at this time, right? They would say J.A. Rogers, Ashe, right? They would say Elijah Muhammad, Ashe. Martin Luther King, Ashe. Malcolm X, Ashe. Noble Drew Ali, Ashe, right? And they will work all us up into a frenzy. None of these guys were being called pseudo. None of them. Never heard these guys disparaged or talked about until I clicked on and saw the conscious community. So now, the same people who I seen calling the works and the personality of people like W.E.B. Du Bois, not Du Bois, I'm sorry, J.A. Rogers, it was the letter thing, J.A. Rogers and Elijah Muhammad and all of them, right? And Van Sertima and all of them, calling them pseudo, are now crying because we would call people like Dr. Ben pseudo. Gotta keep it real, y'all. So let's do this fairly. Let's listen to some Dr. Ben. Let's see some of the claims that he made. And let's hear it out of his own mouth. That's only fair. So Contrarian said that Dr. Ben is not pseudo or Afrocentric. See, I know Contrarian Thinker is just right now being, he's trolling. All right? He's trolling. I never challenged anything of Dr. Ben's, right? His books were actually hard for me to read, right? It was the font that he wrote in. It was just, it was ugly. It was, ugh. So I listened to Dr. Ben more than I read his works, right? And then there's some sayings, don't listen. They say don't listen to the to what he say, read his works. Yeah, that's right, chaotic. We're gonna put his claims in Chat GPT, right? What he actually said out his mouth and taught to black people at his lectures and speaking engagements. For us to act like his lectures and speaking engagements wasn't as relevant as his writing is crazy, right? That's crazy. I watched the video of Dr. Ben, all right, and let's get to it. I watched the video of Dr. Ben, and he, hold on, hold on, let me get it together. He said, my beef with is causing you to false claim Dr. Ben. Hilarious. Hilarious. But I've been on this path. Show me where I'm gonna put the link up once I just stay with me, JJ. Um I'm gonna put the link up right after I go through some of this. You know what I mean? Let me get through about 20 minutes of this that I got going on right now. Then we'll put the link up. I definitely want to hear y'all perspective on it. Because not only what he said, the guy claimed, right, that he was the head of the United Nations. He actually put that on a resume to get jobs. Do you know how fraudulent that is? Who would say that they were the head of the goddamn UN for like 20 years? He said, like, that's great. That see, it's easy to go at polite in them. You dig what I'm saying? It's easy to call polite in them scammers, you know? But then when we got a guy like Dr. Ben and the claims and stuff that he made, the guy, see, I'm having a hard time doing this because y'all gonna claim somebody is hating on the man. Like, so it's basically telling black people we supposed to accept the lies of this man. For what reason? If we found out that Dr. Ben lied about everything, do African Americans lose anything? That's the question. Most of our people don't even know who the hell Dr. Ben is. Yeah, most of our people don't even know who Dr. Ben is. It is this small community over here. We was just talking about this in the Discord earlier, in the Tri-Media Discord. Join both Discords, y'all. They fire. All right, we got the Tri-Media Discord and we got the Carnivorous Podcast Discord. But we was in a live video chat this morning, and you know, we was having this conversation that most black people, right, most African Americans don't know who Dr. Ben is. So the question is, if everything that Dr. Ben said, if it was a lie, do us as African Americans lose anything? We don't, African Americans as a whole does not take a L if Dr. Ben is a liar. Dr. Ben takes that L, not us. Not us. All right. So the guy claimed that he was the head of the UN, right? He claimed to be an Egyptologist, right? He claimed to be a historian with master degrees in Moorish history, and he got advanced degrees in Barcelona. This man then got degrees on every continent in 6 different islands. He was degreed in, if you listen to his story. He got degrees in the Caribbean. He got degrees in Europe. He got degrees in Africa and Asia. It is crazy. And every school said they don't even have no record of Dr. Ben ever attending any of these schools. Cambridge University, when they was questioned about Dr. Ben's advanced degrees, right, and his doctorates, Cambridge, right, in England, Cambridge said, we have no record. Not only do we not have a degree on record for this guy named Dr. Ben Yakanin, or Mr. Yusuf Ben Yakanin, we don't even have any record of him ever attending a class in this university. So, but we will call Van Sertima and J.A. Rogers. We will call Van Sertima and J.A. Rogers pseudo. but let it become blasphemy if we call the liar pseudo. And then we'll make excuses for it. We'll make excuses for it. I done heard every excuse. Even though he taught misinformation. Misinformation that harms students, particularly African American students. How do we know this? Because other scholars critiqued his mode, or his teaching methodology, right? Murray Lethbridge tried to have a discourse with him at one of his lectures at a university. And he told the students, don't listen to nobody but black teachers. The black teachers that are that same fraudulent history that he taught with no degrees. I was told that Dr. Ben is way better than you. Y'all can't hold a candle to Dr. Ben. So who are y'all to question Dr. Ben? Well, I will say the same thing about y'all. Can't none of y'all hold a candle to Van Sertima. So who the hell are y'all to call Van Sertima pseudo? Can't none of y'all hold a candle to J.A. Rogers. So who the hell are y'all to critique or call J.A. Rogers pseudo? All right, let me get this video up. What's going on? Who we got in the building? My bad, I didn't even speak to everybody. Dang. All right. We filled up pretty quick. But I gotta say these things, y'all, because we're all hypocrites to some degree. Now, let me say this. I watched your show and I actually liked it, right? I actually enjoyed the show that you put on yesterday, all right? You even admitted your biases, right? It was dope. Dope show. Y'all go check that out, right? It's Dr. Ben Pseudo. Go check that out on the Community of Skeptics. All right. But it's almost crazy to say, right, that it's the love affair with the Mediterranean that we have, right? And JJ, I'm glad you in the building, right? Because you suffer from the same trauma, right, that the rest of the Afrocentrics and Egyptomaniacs suffer from. Think about that. Right? Y'all are in love. Gaisha, what's up? Peace, sister. Y'all are in love with Mediterranean culture, right? Y'all are in love with the Middle East, right? Y'all are in love with everything outside of Black Africa where y'all come from. All right? So, so check it out, JJ. The Egyptomaniacs then ran all the way up to Egypt, all the way up to North Africa. The Moors then ran all the way up to Morocco and North Africa, right? On the Mediterranean. You Hebrew Israelites, y'all then ran all the way to the Levant in Israel, right, to claim y'all origin. Y'all big up Middle Eastern cultures and history. This is what y'all do. So you in the same boat as them. You in the same boat. You in the same boat. Remember this, JJ. Dr. Ben was a Hebrew Israelite too. And he was an Egyptomaniac. Think about that, JJ. Dr. Ben, right, was a Hebrew Israelite and he was an Egyptomaniac. He was the original Nile Valley Hebrew. Gregory Day, peace. Gregory Day, good point. No, I'm not saying that you don't love Africa, right? But you claim to be an Israelite. So if you claim to be an Israelite, then you gotta be saying that civilization, right, started and humanity started in Asia somewhere. JJ, are you a blood Israelite? If you're an Israelite by blood, then that must mean that your people come from Asia and not Africa. Now, if you are just a convert, right? If you are a Jewish convert, right, of West African heritage, then that's one thing. But if you're claiming that you're an Israelite by blood, the ancient Israelites, then you're claiming that you come from Asia. So JJ, you in the same boat. Dr. Ben was a Hebrew Israelite. He believed that the original Jews were black. He got books about it. We the Black Jews, right? Then he went for years talking about Egypt, all right? But this is not the only history that Dr. Ben got wrong, all right? Let me pull something up. So JJ, I'm the wrong one, bro. I'm the wrong one, bro. You can't get me. You can get the rest of them, but you can't get me. This brother said he can prove. Hold on. JJ said that he can prove that there were Israelites on the slave ship. But guess what, JJ? I wouldn't even argue with you about that. That is so ridiculous. Okay. Judah's Redemption. Peace to you. Shout out to you. Judah Redemption says, entertaining your notion, Israel is not defined by a landmass, but by its people. Okay. Wherever the Israelites dwell, there lies Israel. Okay, Judah Redemption. Where do the Israelites come from? All right, give me a second, JJ. I'm going to take you up on that. But I don't want to talk about the Israelites being on the slave ship. I want you to show me how you are an Israelite by blood and not an Asian. That's like, you got to show me how you are Israelite by blood, but not of Asian ancestry, and then claim to be African. Bro, that is so fucking crazy. You have to be the most confused, right? You worse than Dr. Ben. I don't know, y'all probably in the same. All right, hold on. Let me get this. All right, boom. But I want y'all to see this here, man. We're going to go through some of this. Man, but I love y'all energy today, man. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the Carnivorous podcast. All right, we got a lot going on. A lot going on, man. All right, here we go. Whew. Now watch this craziness. Watch this crazy claim, y'all. Is this one? Watch this crazy claim. Oh, let me hide Corey. Boom. Watch this crazy claim, y'all. Let's go.
You mean they're still discussing this stuff? I said, yeah. Of course they're still discussing this stuff because this stuff is the stuff.
Wrong video, I'm sorry.
But here is a pic. Tell me what this is, and why do you see this as proof of the presence of Africans in America before?
That is the
Columbus?
head of an Olmec. And the Olmecs were said to be the first of the indigenous Americans. And if an Olmec walked in here, then you would believe that he had come from the middle of Africa. And there is no doubt about it that all of the writers prior to racism admitted that the Olmecs were in fact Africans who had come across here. There is no doubt when Pigafetta and others, the point is that Van Sertima is writing and others, but Leo Weiner in 1938 at Harvard University wrote a 2-volume book for which he was fired about the Africans, Olmecs being Africans. And
Let me bounce this off of you, okay? You take the same statue. You say, well, you say that they're obviously black
African.
features,
Yes.
thick lips, broad nose.
the stereotype.
Okay, the stereotype. Other anthropologists say, I think Michael Cole was one of them. He says that this is not a black man. He said the people who made these statues, which I understand are 8 feet high, the people who made these statues didn't have sharp enough tools to give them white features, so they're not really black statues. They're white people carved with crude tools. What's your response to that?
It's strange that the tools were not sharp enough to make narrow noses, but it was sharp enough to put eyelids. So it would seems to me that an eyelid is harder to make than a thin nose. But Michael Cole is no less a racist than the head of the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, what's the difference between Michael Cole Reagan and the Ku Klux Klan? It have the same philosophy. What is the difference between the fellows writing the Bible and write about the Queen of Sheba saying to Solomon, look not, ye daughters of Canaan, look not upon me because I'm black. My parents sent me in the vineyard and that's all this nonsense. She's black because nature made her black. Her mother and father were black, that's why she's black. Had nothing to do with going in any vineyard, even though it's in the Bible.
Okay, you talked about religion. We're going to get to that in a while. Let me turn to Dr. Simmons.
Hold on.
You also agreed with this position that Africans run in this...
I have no problem, no doubt.
Why?
As a matter of fact, speaking about, like Dr. Ben,
Columbus never came to the United States of America, or I would not specify the day, but probably exceeding 2,000 years.
Hold on, here we go.
Well, they
This
have some
one.
interesting viewpoints
Hold on,
that
here we
will
go.
stimulate your thinking, even if you disagree with them or agree. I'm going to call you Dr. Ben, if that's okay, because I understand that's what people usually call you.
Yes.
One of the more controversial positions that you take is that black Africans landed in America 2,000 years before Columbus.
I would not specify the day, but probably exceeding 2,000 years. The fact is that Columbus never came to the United States of America or North and South America. He came as close as San Salvador. There's a rumor that says that Columbus came to America. He did not come to America. He came to an island of America. Vespucci came to America, not Columbus. He came.
All right, so listen. So Dr. Ben, can y'all hear me? So Dr. Ben just claimed that Africans, black Africans, sailed to America over 2,000 years ago, before Columbus. Now, remember, 2,000 years ago before Columbus. So let's see if we can do our math right. That's in the BC era. I'm going to say that again for those who are mathematically challenged. That is in the BC era. Columbus came to the Americas in the 15th century. All right? 1492, the 15th century. He's saying that 2,000 years before Columbus, Africans, black Africans, sailed to the Western Hemisphere and landed in America. This is his claim. That's right, Psycho, 1492. So that's over 2,500 years ago. His claim that Africans, right, were in the Americas before the birth of Jesus Christ. Let's go. Now, do anybody believe this? Now, is this pseudo? The question is, this is Dr. Ben. Is that a pseudo claim? Oh, but it gets even worse. Let's go.
Came to the Caribbeans, but it is commonly stated just as much as they state that Columbus discovered America while the Indians sat down and watched him doing it. Now, but all the knowledge of Africans in the Americas quite knowledgeable to scholars. The fact that it's suppressed doesn't have. Well, let me give you a better, not better necessarily, but an added situation of that. Most black people in Birmingham, Alabama, like in Harlem, New York, are Christians, and they go to in a black community, a black minister, a black congregation, but with a white Jesus, because they didn't know that that Jesus, up until Pope Julius II, had the first black Jesus painted. He had Michelangelo to do it, but up until that time, the world worshipped the black Madonna and Child. The present Pope is going back to Poland to worship at the statue of the black Madonna and Child. That's in the New York Times. But what the Times says the next day, don't worry about the black Madonna and the Child. She was originally white, but there was a storm in the 16th century, passed by and turned it black. But the same storm must have gone to Spain, and then it went to Ethiopia, and it went to the Soviet Union and turned all the black Madonnas black. It was a hell of a storm.
Well, okay, let's get together here. I mean, we're jumping around, and I think we're going to have a beautiful, interesting hour, okay? Because this subject, I was going to get to this later, but since you opened it, let's deal with it, okay? You're in the Bible Belt, gentlemen.
I heard so.
You heard so. And I must tell our audience we had dinner together earlier, and we got into this a little bit. So
Hold on. It was a part in here where he talked about Carthage, y'all. I got to get to it. He talked about how they found, where the hell is that at? It had to be at the beginning. I got to find this part, man. This claim was so outlandish.
University of Alabama in Birmingham. My name is Lee Naves, and it's my privilege to topics this evening. These gentlemen, if if you disagree with him or agree. I'm going to call you Dr. Ben, if that's okay.
The fact is that Columbus never came to United Scholars. The fact that it's suppressed doesn't have any validity at all.
Let me bounce a couple of things off of you. One thing, this article that I'm going to be referring to our home audience and to our studio audience, this article came out in the September 1981 issue of Science Digest, and it's entitled Black Kings in Ancient America. You and some other black scholars believe that these people, African people, came to this continent before Columbus.
We don't believe, we know.
How do you know?
Here you
What
go.
evidence?
The evidence is there. For example, when you go to Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, and at Ecuador and places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian money found 200 feet down in the ground, meaning that there were pluvial disruptions and those money was buried. So it indicates a period of time at least. From that, when you look at the stratas, you could tell the period of time in which they've been here. And when you're talking about Carthage, you're talking about at least 212 BC when Carthage was finally destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, has suppressed these maps from the time of Justinian, showing South America and what is today called Central America. The maps there and Victoria, Makeda goes back to at least 892 BC.
Before Christ.
Before the
Let
Christian
me point
era.
out another thing. Just from
All right, so listen, man, that was a lot, man. Let's break that down. This guy, this guy just sat up here, and this is not an ancient video, y'all. This is 1987, right? This is not back in the day. This is 1987. Let me show y'all something. Y'all remember this? This Nintendo? We was playing with this at the time. Duck Hunt and stuff. The Nintendo. It wasn't that long ago. This is 1987, y'all. Look. Just to give y'all, so we act like this stuff was way back in the day. Right? This is 1987 that this man is saying this, right? This ain't the 40s or the 50s, all right? This is 1987, all right? I just want y'all to process that through your heads. And he was making this stuff up. You can hear him making it up. You can hear him making it up, y'all. See, at this time, I was in school. Guess what I had at the time? We didn't have the internet, but we had up-to-date World Book encyclopedias. We had Encyclopedia Britannica, right? Our parents, the encyclopedia people, actually used to fill out a brochure, right, in school, and the encyclopedia people would come to your house and sell your parents new sets of encyclopedias. All right? So, we wasn't in the dark back then, y'all. They trying to act like we were in the dark. We wasn't. None of this stuff was in our encyclopedias. We had libraries in our schools. None of the stuff that he was saying is in any libraries that was in any of the schools that I attended. Okay, let's get it. He said that in Central America, down in the Yucatan Peninsula, right, they found caches of gold coins from the Carthage Empire dating back to 200 BC. He said that the Vatican, the Pope Justinian in Rome, had suppressed maps, right? Had suppressed maps that showed North and South America that was from Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, who had a love affair with Solomon of the Bible. And that those maps were suppressed, and those maps went back to at least 800 BC. James, I have an impeccable memory. Don't play with me. I ain't the one. I can do this verbatim. This is what this guy said. But we are to believe that he's not pseudo? I'm going to play this back over. Let's go, Dr. Ben. Get him.
Destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian.
You and some other black scholars believe that these people, African people, came to this continent before Columbus.
We don't believe, we know.
How do you know? What evidence?
The evidence is there. For example, when you go to Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, and at Ecuador and places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian money found 200 feet down in the ground, meaning that there were pluvial disruptions, and those money was buried. So it indicates a period of time, at least from that, when you look at the strategy, you could tell the period of time in which they've been here. And when you're talking about Carthage, you're talking about at least 212 BC, when Carthage was finally destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, has suppressed these maps from the time of Justinian, showing South America and what is today called Central America. The maps there, and Victoria, Makeda goes back to at least 892 BC.
Before Christ.
Before the
Let me point out another thing, just from the same article. I don't know if we can see.
Listen. Listen, y'all. Listen. It's fine if y'all don't. No, it's not fine. I was going to give y'all a pass. I was going to give y'all a pass to say this man wasn't pseudo. I'm not going to let y'all rest on that. I'm not going to let y'all rest on it. Because y'all have no problem with calling everybody else pseudo. Y'all have no problem with calling everybody else pseudo. I'm pseudo. He's pseudo. They pseudo. This man literally said down in Ecuador at the Yucatan Peninsula, they found caches of Carthaginian, again, North African shit, coins buried down in the strata, right? That goes back to at least 200 years before Christ. That somehow the ancient Carthaginians sailed, right, to the Americas, and they brought their money with them. What the Carthaginians sailed to America with their money, like their money would have been to any value to the Native Americans. That is some crazy, buck wild ass off the top of the head nonsense. All right? And then he said that at the Vatican in Rome, the Pope Justinian had suppressed maps that they got from Makeda, the Queen of Sheba, that goes back to 890 years before Christ, that showed North and South America. So King Solomon had maps and knew of the Western Hemisphere. Because remember, he was a Hebrew Israelite, so he had to throw that piece in there. Y'all see this? Woo! It's crazy. So I'm trying to figure out, right? Do we need to go further? Do we need to go further to establish that Dr. Ben was pseudo? I say it again. At this point in 1987, if this guy was teaching at a university, he had good information at that time. Remember, he was teaching at universities. So university libraries, right? And he had access to peer reviewed research at this time. Now, other people might not have access to peer reviewed information and the most up-to-date information on certain subjects. But Dr. Ben, at that time, teaching at a university, he definitely had access. He definitely had access. So why would he say such a thing? That's the question. I'm about to open up JJ. It's crazy. Crazy, right? So yeah, according to Dr. Ben, Solomon was real. Y'all just heard it. According to Dr. Ben, Solomon was real. Why? Because uh, Makeda and the Queen of Sheba had the maps, so that confirms the love affair between the Queen of Sheba and Solomon. So that makes Solomon real, and they had maps of ancient America already in their possession, 800 years before Christ. You did. So James want me to type in Carthaginian coins in America. All right, let's get it. Let's see. Boom. Let's see. Let me get this. Come on, mouse. All right. Let's see. Let me see. Pull up my open AI. Y'all like using Chat GPT nowadays. All right, let's type in, was there any Carthaginian coins found in ancient America? Enter. Honey, honey. All right. Can y'all see my screen? All right. It says, the question was, in my chat GPT, it says, was there any coins? Were there any Carthaginian coins found in ancient America? Chat GPT says there is no verified historical evidence that Carthaginian coins or any other Carthaginian artifacts were found in ancient America. Claims of pre-Columbian transoceanic contacts, such as the presence of Carthaginian coins in America, have been made in the past, but these are often based on pseudo archaeology or unsupported theories. I'm going to say that again. Pseudo archaeology is Dr. Ben a pseudo. Ding, 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 ding. Yes. Why? Because he was reporting pseudo archaeology. God damn. A few isolated instances of alleged ancient coins, including some thought to be Carthaginian, turning up in Americas, have been reported over the years. However, archaeologists and historians typically dismiss these claims as either hoaxes, modern introductions, perhaps through collectors, or cases of mistaken identity. No mainstream academic consensus supports the idea that the Carthaginians or other old world civilizations had contact with the Americas before Columbus. Most accepted archaeological evidence points to the first significant contact between the Old World and the New World occurring with the arrival of European explorers in the late 15th centuries. James, go back to sleep, big bro. What does this say? Carthaginian coins in the Americas have been made in the past, but these are often based on pseudo archaeology. So Dr. Ben now is a pseudo archaeologist. He's reporting pseudo archaeology to the black community. Why would he do that? Why would he do that to us? I tell you why. Because Dr. Ben is a pseudo. Look, he said it out his own mouth. So this thing right here, look. This thing right here just said that is pseudo archaeology. So Dr. Ben was up here reporting pseudo archaeology to us. So that man is a pseudo. He the teacher, remember? Woo! Oh man. Do y'all want to continue doing this? I don't know, man. What's up, Sosa? What's up, Sosa? I'm just over here having fun, man. I'm just over here having fun kicking it with y'all, man. Oh man, my camera died. Hold on, let me put a new battery. That's what I should need to buy this week. There we go. We back, y'all. Listen, man, we can do this all day. We can do this all day, y'all. How do y'all want it? How do y'all want this to play out? It's up to y'all, right? It's all about how y'all want this to play out. All right. So, was Dr. Ben a pseudo? Right there, he was just reporting pseudo archaeology to the black community. All right. He went on a black show about information and he reported pseudo information to the black audience. I could never forgive him for that. I'm going to hold that against him forever. Yeah. All right, JJ, I'm going to give, but I don't want to talk about no Jews on those slave ships, right? I have a specific task for you that when I bring you on, your task is to show me how you are ancient Israel, that you are Israelite by blood, but is not of Asian origin. That's the task for you. If you say anything about Jews being on slave ships, I'm ignoring it. I'm just because I don't even care about that. Okay, James. All right, I agree. He might have read that somewhere. So I take that back. He didn't make that up. I take that back. I was being facetious, James. I was being facetious, right? So I take that back. He probably didn't make it up, but he reported pseudo archaeology. Can we agree on that? He reported pseudo archaeology. Was Dr. Ben a pseudo? Yes. All right. All right, give me a second. Let me pull up this Zoom link. But just for shits and giggles, right? Let's push the knife in a little bit more. Let's push the knife in a little bit more. Let's go to Dr. Ben's wiki page, y'all. Let's see what wiki says about Dr. Ben. All right. This is always the one for me, y'all. This is always the one for me for some reason. All right. This is always the one for me. All right. All right. We go down to his, we're going to go to his early life and education. All right. It says, Ben Yakanin claimed to have been born in Ethiopia to a Puerto Rican mother and a Yemeni Jewish origin of what? That just sounds crazy. Listen, it's a Dr. Ben Jakanin. Ben Jakanin claimed to have been born in Ethiopia to a Puerto Rican mother of Yemeni Jewish origin and an Ethiopian father. Bro, I'm going to say this again. It says Ben claimed to have been born in Ethiopia to a Puerto Rican mother of Yemeni Jewish origin. A Puerto Rican mother of Yemeni Jewish origin and an Ethiopian father. Man, this guy has the most unique ancestry I've ever heard of. This guy has the most unique ancestry I ever heard of. Let me read this again because I don't think most of y'all even grasp how crazy this is. He claimed to have been born in Ethiopia to a Puerto Rican mother of Yemeni Jewish origin. Right there, like he just took me out the game right there. I'm not even going, if that don't sound crazy to y'all, if that don't sound crazy to y'all, man, listen. And he was born in Ethiopia to a Puerto Rican mother of Yemeni Jewish origin and an Ethiopian father. Other sources say that despite claiming to be of Ethiopian Jewish extraction, he was probably Puerto Rican. All right? So he was probably Puerto Rican. All right? We can give him that, right? We can give you Puerto Rican, yo. All right? We can give you Puerto Rican, Dr. Ben. You dig? But we can't. And we hear the Caribbean accent, right? We can hear the Caribbean accent, so we can give you Puerto Rican. You dig what I'm saying? All right, cool. All right. In March 2015, following his death, the New York Times reported there is little evidence for that other than his own word. Some peers and even a family member have privately expressed doubt. So even his peers, some of his peers and his family members, right? And a family member that they interviewed doubted Dr. Ben's claim about his origin. Okay? So we ain't the crazy ones, right? We ain't evil, y'all, if we don't believe Dr. Ben story. Why? Because it was his own peers and family members who doubted the story also. So don't let nobody tell y'all fucked up people for not believing that crazy ass story, because his contemporaries and family members share our same doubt. So we're fine right there. Can't nobody hold that one against y'all. All right? All right? Dr. Ben's academic record is disputed, with claims he was educated variously in Puerto Rico, Brazil, Cuba, or Spain, earning degrees in either engineering or anthropology. In 1938, right, he is said to have earned a BS in civil engineering at the University of Puerto Rico. This is disputed as the register has no record of his attendance. Okay, that's in Puerto Rico. He then stated that in 1939, he earned a master's degree in architectural engineering from the University of Havana in Cuba. He also claimed to have earned doctoral degrees, PhDs, in cultural anthropology and Moorish history from the University of Havana and the University of Barcelona in Spain, respectively, and advanced degrees from Cambridge University in England. Check this out, y'all. Check this out, y'all. Both Barcelona and Cambridge say they have never received a degree from either, that he never received a degree from from either university. And furthermore, Cambridge University said it had no record of Dr. Ben ever attending any class there. Cambridge said not only do he not have a PhD here, the fuck? We ain't just giving out no PhDs to no Puerto Ricans. So we ain't giving out no degrees to no damn PhDs to no Puerto Ricans. And they said, furthermore, we don't even have no record of him ever attending a class at this university. It's crazy. Okay? So, according to his obituary, Ben holds honorary doctoral degrees from Sojourner Douglas College in Baltimore, right? Marymount College in New York, and Medgar Evers College in Brooklyn. They were honorary degrees. Now, Sojourner Douglas was a 2-year school, right? It was a community college. So getting a honorary degree from Sojourner Douglas. Now, I remember when Dr. Ben used to come here to Baltimore and he used to give lectures and stuff here at Sojourner Douglas College. And my father used to take me to see Dr. Ben and them when they used to speak at Sojourner Douglas. Now, Sojourner Douglas was a 2-year school and it was connected to a high school. Actually, it was the Paul Laurence Dunbar High School that one of the shortest basketball players in NBA history actually went to and was a star basketball player. It's called Paul Laurence Dunbar High School, right? So it was a adjacent building, and they used part of Paul Laurence Dunbar High School for night classes for Sojourner Douglas College. Now, this was not a good school at all. It's a defunct is a defunct institution. And at that time, even in the 80s and early 90s, I think it had lost its accreditation even then. So it was still operating, but the degrees there was worth nothing. No, not Spud Webb. There you go, Afro Ninja Muggsy Bogue. Yep, Muggsy. Muggsy was a star basketball player at Dunbar High School. That's where part of Sojourner Douglas um, uh, uh, junior college was at. So he held a honorary degree from Sojourner Douglas, which was, I didn't even know Sojourner Douglas could give out doctoral degrees by it being a 2-year school, right? And I don't even think it was accredited at the time because I remember it lost its accreditation for not being up to the academic standard. All right. Um all right, so check this out. It says accounts agree on little else other than that Ben Jacquin was raised in the Caribbean and immigrated to the United States about 1940, where he reportedly worked as a draftsman and continued his studies. He later stated that in 1945 he was appointed chairman of the African Studies Committee at the headquarters of the newly found UNESCO. Crazy. He said he worked for them until 1970. However, UNESCO staff state that they have no record of Dr. Ben ever having been employed by the United Nations. See, Psycho, Dunbar, one of the greatest high school teams ever. That's facts. Psycho, you know a lot of shit about I think Psycho, you said you went to Morgan, right? Back in the day. Or you was somewhere down here in Baltimore. All right. Let me see. Okay, you play AAU. Okay, that's what's up. All right, so this is crazy, y'all. It says that he said that in 1945, he was appointed chairman of the African Studies Committee at the headquarters of the newly found UNESCO. He said he worked for them from 1945 to 1970. That's crazy. So he basically said he worked as the chairman at UNESCO as a chairman at UNESCO for 25 years. But guess what UNESCO said? UNESCO, right? However, UNESCO staff state that they have no record of Mr. Ben Jakanen have never been employed at the United Nations at all. So fuck being the chairman, which is the head of a department of UNESCO. They said not only was he not the head of any department at the United Nations, he never even worked here in no capacity, not even as a fucking janitor. Okay. Ben Jakanen also stated that he began teaching Egyptology at Malcolm King College in Harlem in 1950. But his volunteer run effort was not founded until 1968 when he started with 13 students. So hold on. So this dude said that he started teaching Egyptology, y'all, at Malcolm King College in 1950. But they don't have no record of him until he started as a volunteer worker. I'm going to say this again. He started as a volunteer worker in 1968. That's 18 years later. And he only started with 13 volunteer students who wanted to listen to him teach in the goddamn janitor closet. Crazy. He later taught at City College in New York City from 1973 to 1987. He was an adjunct part-time professor at Cornell University, an adjunct part-time professor at Cornell University. In 1977, Ben Jakanen met Lucia Jones, and Ben Jones, they formed a study group. After studying with Ben Jakanen, Kiefer and Ben Jones started the community lecture series called the First World Alliance. Ben was the author of 49 books, primarily on Nile Valley civilizations and the influence on Western cultures. In his writings, he asserts that the original Jews were from Ethiopia and were Africans. I'm going to say this again. In his writings, all right, Dr. Ben asserts that the original Jews were from Ethiopia and were Africans. That is crazy. That is crazy, y'all. He says that Semitic Middle Eastern Jews later adopted the Black Jewish faith and its customs. He further accused the Semitic Jews of using special powers to manipulate and control the mind of the world, and claimed that Holocaust education is a form of brainwashing. So hold on. Was he a Holocaust denier? This is getting crazy. This is getting crazy. So he claimed that the original Jews were black and was from Ethiopia and were Africans. In his writings, he asserts that the original Jews were from Ethiopia and were Africans. He says that the Semitic Middle Eastern Jews later adopted the black Jewish faith and its customs. Is Dr. Ben pseudo? Yes, Dr. Ben was pseudo, y'all. He did take a lot of people to Africa. It says during his career in the 1980s, Ben Yakanin was well known for leading guided tours to the Nile Valley. Ben Yakanin's 15-day trips to Egypt, billed as Dr. Ben's Akibulan educational tours, using what he said was an ancient name for Africa, typically ran 3 times a summer, shuttling as many as 200 people to Africa per season. Okay? That is Dr. Ben, y'all. Shout out to Dr. Ben for taking y'all to Egypt. A Kibu line, right? A Kibu line. A Kibu line. All right. Is a Kibu line pseudo? Let's look it up. Did I ever look that up? Sid Breeze? Let's look it up. Where is that? A Kibu line tours. A Kibu line. Let's grab that. Let's go to the chat GBT. Let's paste that in there. All right, a cable line. Is this an indigenous name for Africa? Let's go. Let's see what it say. Let's go chat GPT. All right, a cable line is often cited in some modern discussions as an ancient or indigenous name for Africa, but this claim lacks strong historical evidence. The name Akibulan is said to mean mother of mankind or garden of Eden in certain languages. However, there is no solid historical record or linguistic evidence from ancient African cultures that confirms Akibulan as a widely recognized indigenous name for the continent. The term Akibulan appears to have been popularized in modern Afrocentric movements and discussions about African history and identity. It is often presented as an alternative to the name Africa, which is of Roman origin, though even the exact etymology of Africa is debated. While Akibulan may carry symbolic significance for some groups today, it is important to note that the historical use of the term as a name for the continent is not well documented. Ancient Africans referred to their lands and regions by many names depending on the specific culture, languages, and geographical locations. The concept of a single unified name for the entire continent was not common in ancient times. Yeah, so we're going to get that Akiba line nonsense out of here. Think about the verbiage Garden of Eden. Dr. Ben is the only one that I know who really used this, and I think he coined the term Akiba line for most of us, right? And it says right here, not only is it the mother of mankind, not only is it the mother of mankind, but the Garden of Eden. All of this has more biblical connotation to it. Hey, James, you still there, big homie? Eight 820, 820. All right. All right. What do y'all think? Did we prove that Dr. Ben was pseudo? Or do y'all want more? Or do y'all want me to open up a chat? I only got a couple more minutes. Let's open up a chat. Let's open up a chat. Yo, I text that to the wrong motherfucker. That's crazy. That is crazy. He said, keep it going. Man, listen, I appreciate y'all liking the show, man. Like, if y'all didn't come through, I pretty much probably wouldn't do it. I'd be on here playing video games or something, but I appreciate y'all liking the show because I'm just being honest, y'all. Like, that's it. All right, let's start up a meeting. I think JJ gone though, y'all. I think he got out of here. Hey, y'all, did y'all see my man Sinetta earlier? Chief X, call and check on Sinetta. Did y'all see Sinetta? He did a video. This might have been one of the funniest things ever, yo. This guy Sinetta, man, did a video. He went live yesterday in a fit of rage. I mean, this morning, earlier. He went live in a fit of rage this morning or earlier today, a couple hours ago, talking about the goddamn $20 bill had a black man, they was lynching a black man on a $20 bill. Man, I laughed so hard. Man, he was ranting and raving. It was a goddamn lantern in front of the White House. And this guy was ranting and raving about it being a goddamn lynched black man. I said, sign that a TV is hilarious, yo. And it was, man, you got to be, listen, you got to be mindful of what you put out there, though. Because it was people actually agreeing with Sinetta on it. All right, Judah Redemption, here we go, man. Y'all gonna come in here and beat me up, man. Hey, y'all, don't let these Hebrew Israelites beat me up, man. We just had a good show. J. Cal, he was dead ass. He was dead ass. He was dead ass. He was dead ass serious. That go the link right there for JJ. Yeah, man. Sinetta went live and said that they were lynching a black man on a $20 bill, y'all. I mean, this guy was ranting and raving. Crazy. Oh, Sinetta. Sinetta know how to keep y'all going, man. I swear. Come on, man. Where you at, JJ? Let's get it. Yeah, he was ranting, y'all. It was nuts. All right. Another claim that was made that, that Dr. Ben and them wasn't Afrocentrics. You know, why wouldn't they be Afrocentrics? It's crazy. It's a Chat GPT is now available for Mac OS Plus users. Get early access. I'm gonna download that later. Yeah, he said that the Bushes was the white crowd, man. Sinetta went crazy earlier. It's crazy. Hilarious. JJ, I gave you the link, man. You bullshitting. Don't bullshit me, JJ. I'm going to set up. Hold on. Let me set this up for JJ right now. I'm going to create him a box down here. I'm going to put, where we at? Pan-African James didn't beat you here. God damn it. Now I got to deal with James. Now I got to deal with Pan-African James and JJ 7000. So I'm about to get banked. I'm about to get banked, y'all. This ain't fair. This is not fair. Hold on. Let me get you in here right now, Mr. James.
Deal, Chef.
Hey, what's going on, James? What's the deal?
Oh, nothing much. I just came to slide. I ain't gonna be long, so trust me.
Did you like my
I'm in
presentation?
and I'm out. No.
What?
No.
All that work I put in?
What you thought I was gonna say? Yeah, it was beautiful. It was
Yeah.
beautiful, Chef. You know what I'm saying? No,
Thank you, James.
I'm coming straight in with the facts, and I'm getting straight out. Now, that's cool. What you doing as far as like pointing out his flaws, as far as his resume, all that's fair game. He left that up, so I'm not here to defend anything that he embellished upon. But me myself, as far as those quotes or where about UNESCO and all that, I would love to see where they got that from. And then I noticed when you got to the obituary part, you just left that out. But that was the part that Brother Reggie and them kind of wrote. And that kind of cleared up a lot of stuff that you read up at the top part of it. You know what I'm saying?
All right, let me
So
go
if you notice when you start reading, when it got right to the obituary part, it starts his history off in 1967, not 1950. So all of that stuff that they embellished at the top, I don't know where they came from, but if he said all that, that would be pretty wild. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
So
what
I'm
part?
not
So
to
I'm on here
defend
now.
anything that he may have lied about. I would just love to see if we could source any of those things that he said, because I never heard him say that in any lecture or nothing.
Okay.
Like he
So
was the president of UNESCO. I never heard that verbally said. So that would be good if we could ever track down any of that. And I'm pretty sure Brother Reggie might have may have looked into this prior. But I think that any conversation about Dr. Bean, I think it would be good, man, if you had Brother Reggie on these
I'm
panels.
not doing it with Brother Reggie because Brother Reggie is
Yeah, okay, I got
he
it.
close to Dr. Ben.
Yeah, well, I had a conversation. I don't know if you've seen that last show, me and Smash, with one on Smash the show with Reggie and Brother Flag came on, and I was really talking to them about this history right here with Dr. Ben and them. And you got to look at what was going on. Like at the time, he was a Hebrew when Malcolm got killed. You know that, right? You see him. You see it. Did you see him in the video with dressed as a Hebrew?
No, but I already knew he was a Hebrew Israelite though.
Yeah, so what I'm talking about is dating it to where you could see where he was at historically at a certain time in history. So in 1964, we know he was still a Hebrew. So him talking about anything other than being a Hebrew before 64 doesn't make any sense, right?
Yes, sir.
So then we got him Reggie him is like a first-hand account of what went on, and he'll tell you that Dr. Clark was intricate in him leaving from being a Hebrew and then coming on to using Egypt as a source of African history. So that's what I'm saying. Having a conversation with somebody like him that can tell you really what happened instead of reading this right here, which is really disrespectful. I don't know how much of this is true. Like, I mean, Reggie could be a first-hand account of somebody, some of his students. I hope they get a chance to look at this video and maybe they'll come out and tell us a little bit more from a personal standpoint of what is all this about. Even family members, because this is disturbing to see the amount of embellishment he did on his personal resume, because that's all that is. But only thing that for me I deal with is the history, Chef. So what was he talking about from a historical standpoint? Now, when you pulled up that about the coin, I pulled up something about that coin, and it said that in some people did write about a coin from Carthage being to America. So you know, it's just about the way that you prompt that Chat GPT, certain different things will come up. One different word, and it'll change the whole thing that comes up. But either which way, man, Dr. Ben is in line with most African historians. Would you agree with that?
Most African historians or most
As far as like before he died, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, because I'm pretty sure you might have been a Muslim once upon a time. You know, I'm not sure. So, but
yeah,
but hold
on,
because we grow along here. I used to be a Christian, Chef. Just want you to know.
But
we all come out of this at a certain
let
time
you know. Let me let you know this. The Muslim community that I was a part of actually followed Dr. Ben and them.
Okay.
So he wasn't somebody that that my father and my uncles didn't go see and didn't have his books in their library. So
right.
they wasn't the type of Muslims that didn't accept African history, right? They definitely accept.
I'm just trying to walking down the chronology of him, and then get into the point to where we can understand that we all have a miseducation that we have to overcome. So when we demonize him for once writing about he was a Jew or something, that's probably what he used to believe. But we know what he wrote in his latter years wasn't that he was a Jew. I mean, if we're being honest, you know what I'm saying?
But he got.
You don't know that, or you just saying?
No. He got books on it, like so.
What? And in his latter years, he was still saying he was a Hebrew.
I mean, what he was saying in his latter years is not. He was saying a lot of stuff on his lecture circuit. Like I'm not. It'll get even nastier if we go down that road, because now we're gonna start calling him a liar for the stuff that he said on. And I'd just rather stick to the academic stuff that he said. Not
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so who he was in his personal life, I don't really want to get into that because that's where I think it gets nasty at, right?
Yeah, I would agree based on what you read. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm talking about is what was he teaching from a historical standpoint?
Egypt,
And
ancient Egypt.
yeah, so that's what I'm talking about. So it's not just about Dr. Ben. I'm using an accumulation of all African historians and saying what was the consensus that the smartest people that we have, what were they pointing us to? Dr. Ben included. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm trying to figure out. What is the big deal?
Hold on, they said your audio. Let me figure. My bad, y'all. I didn't switch the audio. His audio
Oh
good
yeah,
now. Go ahead,
it
James.
stop. I don't know what you got going on, but yeah, it is a lot better. But yeah, that's it. So you know, once you, I'm looking at the accumulation of all of our historians, and I'm looking at where Dr. Ben is at now. If Dr. Ben would have been still talking about we the black Jews or something, you think where do you think I would be at?
I'm totally against him.
Exactly. See what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is it's not where he started at, it's where he finished at. That while we say, okay, he was teaching us the right history. Now, if you go back through the history of Africana studies and black studies and stuff like that, you know all this stuff starts at the end of the 70s, Chef. We already know this. So I don't know. We got JJ on here. I don't want to hog the mic, but I'm just saying I don't know what are we gonna do because we know that we created this whole genre and curriculum in the 70s. So you know what I'm saying? It's created by us. So what are we to do? We saying our people are wrong or what? And I'm mute out.
No, I'm not saying that our people are wrong. I'm saying that Dr. Ben taught pseudo history. That's it. He wasn't the only one. It doesn't make him the devil. It just make him wrong. Y'all trying to push past that. That's where it gets nasty at. So if we say that Van Sertima taught pseudo history when he wrote I thought I fixed it. Oh. Yeah, if we say that Van
We
Sertima
came before Columbus.
Yeah, right? And the fact that even when it was brought to his attention that he was wrong, he doubled down on it.
Okay, now wait a minute. Who brought it to his attention that he was wrong?
The academic community. They actually critiqued his book. And he went back and he tried to clear up the claims and he doubled down on half of the stuff that he said. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's when in this community, JJ 7000 about to pump some iron. That's what I'm talking about.
Going on? Yeah, but you know, if you look at the new data, Chef, you will see that it is some African type people that may have reached South America before the people that came across the land bridge. So, you know, it is to be continued based on what I'm seeing, but go ahead.
Oh, so no. So I'm saying the stuff that Dr. Ben said was wrong in pseudo. You know, it could be some new evidence that's pointing to something else. But I'm saying that the stuff that Dr. Ben said about the Queen of Sheba and the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon having maps of North and South America and all of this. I'm saying that that's pseudo by him saying that the Carthaginians had made it to the Americas and brought coins with them in 2000 BC. You feel me? Then
but hold on, what if I could pull up a source to say that right now? Then what you gonna say? Because
it already said that was pseudo history.
But you hold on, listen what I'm saying. I seen what your prompt said.
Right.
But what I'm saying is it's just a prompt. I can pull up someone else be talking about the shit like it really happened. You see what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is he could have read that somewhere in 1987.
I believe he did.
We might have more evidence that it came along in 30 years where you're reading a corrective situation. We don't know.
No, I believe he did read that somewhere.
Yeah, I don't think
and I believe he reported. I believe he reported pseudo archaeology to the black community.
Yeah, you can say that in retrospect, but at the time in 1987, we don't know if they had a correction on that. That might have been just what they said then.
It wasn't accepted in mainstream academia.
Oh, I don't know that.
I'm telling you it wasn't.
It's on. Let me show you. They got a whole Wikipedia on this, man. That's what I'm tripping on.
Y'all just
you can go to Chat
yo.
GPT. No, what I'm saying is you can go to Chat GPT.
All right, Dr. Ben was right on that. Yo, okay, Dr. Ben was right
he was
on
right.
the Carthaginians. No, James,
I'm
saying Dr. Ben was right. I'm acquiescing to what you're saying. Like,
okay, that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying he was right. I'm with you on that too. But what I'm saying is that we don't know if the correction that came at his time for us to be able to even judge him on that. But either which way it go, I'm trying to let JJ get in, so let me mute out.
All right, let's see what JJ got. JJ, put the weights down. Put the weights down, JJ. Let's go. How are you, a Hebrew Israelite, a Israelite by blood, but claiming that you're not Asian? Make that make sense. Man, these guys got these janky phones, James, yo, like, and bad internet connections, and always trying to get online.
Where JJ at, in Canada or something?
No, yo, probably right there in New York, some damn where.
Oh, okay, there you go, right there.
It's still janky. We can't even hear you. Unmute, JJ.
Yeah, we can't hear you. That's crazy.
Unmute your Zoom.
Yeah, he's trying to figure it out. But yeah, like I say, man, it's kind of wild. Like I said, the embellishment of his resume, you know, none of us are saints. I wonder what you done did. You know what I'm saying? Like, we could just sit up and we just critiquing everything that people did in life. You know what I'm saying? You probably cheated on your barber test or something. We never know.
Why would I do that?
You never know.
Why do my integrity
be cheating and shit on tests and stuff like that?
See, why do we gotta question everybody's integrity because he was a liar?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not questioning your integrity like that, but I just know that you ain't did everything by the book.
Yes, I did.
So you saying everything you ever did
as a barber in my professional career? In my professional
career?
In
life.
No, we're talking about his professional career. In my professional
so
career.
He embellished on his career, his career.
His professional career.
So, okay, yeah. So you trying to leave it right there.
Yeah.
So whatever, yeah.
I ain't talking about what he did with his girl, his integrity. We all men at the end of the day.
Yeah,
I'm saying in my professional.
That definitely had some. But you know, that's kind of crazy though, because I've lied on my resume before.
That just says what type of person you is.
Maybe that's why I don't see anything kind of like wrong with that. Maybe my morals is messed up.
No,
I've definitely lied on a resume before. I mean.
Well, see, I never had to lie on the resume. Why? Because I always had the credentials for the jobs that I went for.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe I'm just that type of dude. You feel me?
Yeah, evidently.
Evidently, I never tried to punch up to where I wasn't at, right? I always went to jobs that I knew I was qualified and most of the time overqualified for. So, you know, I never said, you know, all right, they need a surgeon down at the
stop it, shit.
At the ER. I'm gonna put on there.
Like who would go fill out to be a pilot?
Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben.
Hell no. Dr. Ben ain't filling out to be no motherfucking pilot to try to fly no plane. He ain't doing that.
I think that fool was crazy enough to do it, right? He said, JJ said I got him blocked on my end. See,
you might do.
Bro, I don't even play them type games. JJ, leave out and come back in then. JJ, leave out and come back in because you in here twice. for some reason. I don't know how. So so I'm gonna need your help on this JJ 7000 mess too, James, because he about to come with the whole Hebrew Israelite nonsense, and I know that you can deal with that a little bit better than I can, bro.
Well, he gonna be talking about Dr. Ben or something, I'm thinking.
Nah,
Yeah,
he
he's
was.
saying you gotta leave out, JJ, and come back if you can hear us. And maybe it'll correct itself. Yeah,
Yeah,
kick him out, chef. So maybe it'll you know how to kick him out, maybe and then he can come back in.
he in
Yeah,
here
but Dr.
twice.
Ben, man, I'll be listening for history. Now, I don't know what you're talking about the Queen of Sheba and all that other type of stuff, but how much of the history do you think he got right if you was going to put it on a percentage situation? Well, how many times have you heard him lie about something historical?
Something historical. I think
Mm-hmm.
he embellished history a lot. And he leaned things to a more Afrocentric um stance. All right, here come JJ coming back. That good guy. Let me get that good guy in here right now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to switch
Yeah,
this
yeah. Say
down.
something, JJ, so we can see if we can hear you.
Hold on, I'm about to bring him back. Right.
And he in there twice again.
I know. I'm gonna kick this one out. Let me kick. I mean, remove this one.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
How
Yeah,
you
now
in
you
here
struggle.
twice
What up,
then?
man? Hey, I just left. You supposed to kick one of them out. Kick too many JJs. Y'all can only handle one JJ. You
You
don't
feel
need no
me?
two. You see what I'm saying?
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Kick your knowledge.
All right. So now can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm kind of disappointed in you still. I
Okay.
mean, you're coming at one of our top scholars in the community, especially one that claims to be an Israelite, man. So we got some problems, man. I
Okay.
mean, everything that you said, you didn't prove nothing that he said was wrong.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
And the man did say we are Israelites. He did get a lot of it right.
Yep.
You see, and, I got the sources, references, books to back it up. You see, my family, we Congo, Judah. I don't know if y'all know if you know anything about that. It's from the Angola
Yeah.
Congo region.
Yes, sir.
That's my family's oral tradition.
Okay.
See, but Congo, you have to look that up to even get on the level with JJ. See, what the problem is, we're not saying all the Wolof. We're not saying that all the Mendinka is Israelites. So you got to break it down to the subsets
What?
and the clans. And see, that's what, because a lot of y'all out here talking about, no, there was no Israelites, in Africa, was no Israelites. See, I know you don't want me to say this on the slave ledgers. I got all that for you.
I
You
don't
see what I'm
want that.
saying?
I don't want that.
I
I
know you don't
believe you.
want
I
that.
believe you on that. I'm not
I'm a Bakongo.
right, but I'm
And
not
go, my
questioning.
people,
I'm not
look,
questioning that you're African, right? I'm not questioning, whether you can prove that it was Africans on the slave ship, um, with
well, that's
some names or something that y'all can attribute to being Israelite. I'm not a linguist. I don't know how to break those names down. My thing was that how were you a Israelite, right? How are you a blood Israelite but claiming that you're not Asian? How do a blood Israelite not be of Asian origin? That's what you got to prove to me.
Asian,
Yeah.
Asian origin.
Yes.
Okay, so what is Asian origin? What do you mean, like China? I mean, what are we
No,
talking about?
no. The
What,
Israel is
what are
in the
we
Levant.
talking about?
Is in
So
Asia.
you going about all these, you going about all these the white man's classification
Oh Lord.
says who?
Yeah. That's what we going by. That's what we going by right now. On this panel, we're going by that
Okay,
classification.
so so can we not go by? So let me ask you this: do you not go by African oral tradition? Does that not
No,
qualify for
no,
any African?
no, no.
So
I
so so
wasn't
when the
educated.
Egyptians,
I got to go by how me and you were educated. We were educated in the Western world. The words and the terminologies that we use, the history that we got, right, is of Western origin. You're going to have to make it make sense to me how I was educated and how you were educated. I don't want. I wasn't
okay.
educated in no African oral tradition, so you could be
So
tricking me right
so
there.
so wait. So in your family tree, you don't have stories passed down that your great great uncle did this, even though you wasn't there to see it, but it's passed down through your family.
Nah, I
You
don't
don't
really.
believe in family oral tradition. So what? So how do we prove our our relatives, like your great great grandfather, because you wasn't there to see him,
Right,
but you were told of this man.
right,
So you have to go by oral tradition,
right. But
right?
I
So
know I know that my
that's what we
great
doing.
grandfather.
See,
But
see,
listen,
my people.
I know that my great grandfather
Okay,
existed.
what was you there?
No, but everybody has to have a great grandfather.
You going by the oral tradition?
No, I'm not. I don't even
See,
have to go. It's just common sense. JJ, I know that you have a great grandfather. Why? Because every human being on this planet has a great
okay,
grandfather. So me having a great grandfather is not um a groundbreaking historical fact. That's just a reality. Now, who my great grandfather was, now that could be oral tradition. Now, if you claim that your great grandfather was of certain ancestry, then now you got to prove that.
okay. So my people come from Jackson, Mississippi. I'm first generation Illinois.
Okay.
Okay, so
Shout out to Jackson.
we have a tradition. Yeah, Jackson, Mississippi. We have a tradition that our people come from Angola in the Congo.
That
This was
makes
passed
sense.
down through my family.
Right?
You see what I'm saying?
That's dope.
So this is why I can claim. This is why I can claim Judah, but Congo Judah. See what I'm saying?
That's
See,
dope.
like Dr.
That's
Ben, he
fire.
got a lot of things right.
Right?
You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
See, the communities that he listed that were African Israelites was some of the Igbo. But when you get to the Igbo, you got to break down the different clans of Igbo.
Okay.
See, then, like I say, Bakongo, Judah, that's in Angola. Then you
Okay.
got the Manzinga Levi, that's in Angola and the Congo. You got the Mengaza Benjamin, that's in the Congo. He said that the EWE Natali, that's in the Togo, some of the Yoruba, but you got to break down the clans.
You
And see,
said
this is what
Dr.
JJ
Ben
is
said
here for you
this?
to do because doing my research, yeah, Dr. Ben, I'm rolling with him. The Wolof, Manasseh, you know what I'm saying? The Mandinka. He
You
said that
said
some of
Dr.
them
Ben said
were
this?
Dr.
Hold on. Pan
Ben.
African James, that good
This,
guy. Did Dr. Ben ever say this, y'all?
Man, I don't know what
what?
JJ talking about.
African is I got updated
Say what?
information. Hold up.
Say what?
That
See, I got
the West Africans were Jews.
I think he corrected that statement though.
Okay.
listen. I'm not
Remember,
saying
he said he was
let me
a Malachian Jew, but then he changed that statement. He said he's not. He's not a Jew.
okay.
He's not.
Okay, let me break something down to you.
Break it
All
down
right.
to him.
See, the Menzinga clan. See, if you don't know where they're from, see, you might like, oh, well, they're part of the Wolof or something like that. But you got to go to the certain
Didn't
clans
you say
and
a
their old
philosophy
tradition.
Jew is a fake term?
Sir, let me get into my dissertation. Now, the Mazinga clan was mentioned in various slave documents. So you can go to the Transatlantic Slave Trade database. These are one of the clans that Dr. Ben has listed as being Israelites, but you got to break the clan down, like the Sioux Sioux. See what I'm saying? If you don't know nothing about the different clans,
Hold on. But didn't he denounce that being a Jew?
who? I didn't say anything about a philosopher.
No, we're talking about Dr. Ben himself.
I don't know what he did, but all I know is
Did
that
you do
in
the
his
history, the research?
we can skip past that,
Hold on,
brother.
You're
Go
talking
ahead, speak.
about
Go ahead,
somebody,
speak. You teach, and
but
I learn.
but you're talking about somebody who denounced that faith, and you're still upholding what he denounced. So I think that is kind of, weird.
All right. Now the Bakongo people are from West Central African region. That's present day Angola, Democratic Republic of Congo. However, according to historical records and research, that it's estimated that between 15 to 20% of enslaved Africans of the Bakongo were brought to the Americas. See, and some of the sources of that got is the translated slave trade by Hugh Thomas in 1997. Slave Voices, The Sound of Slavery in Americas by Lord Tubbs. That's 2014. So I got up-to-date sources. You see what I'm saying? The African Disparia, The History Through the Culture by Patrick Manning, 2013. See, the Bakongo people, this is my people, Bakongo Judah, have a rich cultural heritage, and some clans of Israelites here in the Bakongo claim that the Congo Judah clan claims to be descended from the biblical tribe of Judah. The Mbinza Congo claims to be descended from the biblical tribe of Judah. The Nziku clan claims to be descended from the biblical tribe. I'm gonna bring you with the sources too. Biblical tribe of Levi. The Manzinga clan claims to be descended from the biblical tribe of Gad. Hold up. Now, these clans have oral tradition and cultural practices that reflect their claim Israelite heritage, such as observing the Sabbath day, keeping it holy, practicing circumcision, following the dietary laws. See, some of y'all still eating the swine. See, they didn't do that. See, the sources I got here is the Bakongo people and the Jewish heritage by Richard Hall, 2014. See, this is just a brief summary of what I'm going to do to y'all if y'all ever challenge me in any type of debate of this type of measures. You see what I'm saying? The Congo Judah, the Jewish clan of the Bakongo people by
JJ, hold on, JJ.
This is
Hold on.
2007. Bro, I'm bringing you sources. You want me to hold up?
Okay, no, I just want you to hold on a second. You've been going on a second.
I went on for 3 minutes.
Let me just say that I would not want to debate you, brother, because we already know what time in history that your people come into existence from a textual source. That's what Chef was just talking about. The way we learn here in the Western Hemisphere is based on chronology and sources and stuff like that. At this point, we're no longer dealing with like religion and fiction and stuff like that. So what I'm saying is the script, which I guess you're a Hebrew, right? You would have to date when is the first Hebrew text that came into existence that you could. Yeah. That's what you see. I'm just telling you that's how it worked, though. I mean,
okay, hold on, listen.
From a scholarly perspective, you're going to have to be able to produce.
I got dates.
When is your first?
Matter of fact, hold on. You want some dates? Dates?
I'm talking about the dates. I already know the dates of the text. Any text that you got, it's going to have text associated with it. So give me the date of your oldest text. Do that.
Okay, we're talking about the Africans and their oral traditions and the sub-clans that have kings that are saying that. As a matter of fact, Queen Nzinga is documented.
I'm just talking about the criteria.
Brother. Okay,
I'm just talking about the criteria for scholarship.
Brother,
that's all I'm saying, brother.
You gotta let me rock for a minute and then ask a question. You can't stop me in mid-flow. This reminded me of Sonetta. Okay, now hold up, brother. Now he asked me about my people, the Bakanga Jews, right? And these different clans. But let's go to some. I got kings and queens just saying that they are these people. You heard of Queen Nazinga? Have you heard of her, sir? Have you heard of her? Hello? Okay, I guess she ain't gonna speak now.
Judah, Judah,
No,
are you
I'm trying to let you go ahead and get it. You said you wanted to
Okay, hold
speak,
on.
so let me
Let
let
me
you
get to my
speak.
notes. Hold up. Let me get to my
Judah,
notes.
hold on. We're trying to understand what are you doing right now. Are you saying that Dr. Ben believed in this stuff until his dying day?
Okay, no. I'm saying that Dr. Ben named a variety of clans that's in different tribes, like the Wolof or the
Are
Mandinka.
you going to answer
He
my
listed.
question? I asked you a question.
Brother,
I asked you a question. Are you going to answer it?
if you let me, if you just slow down for a minute, I'm gonna
No,
answer for
I'm
you.
gonna ask it again. I'm gonna ask it again.
I already
Did
heard the
Dr.
question.
Ben,
I'm getting.
did Dr. Ben
Where y'all
believe in
finding
this
this guy?
information till the end of his day?
Okay, Dr.
Yes,
Ben.
yes or no?
Ain't no yes or no. I'm finna get into
It
it, man. What
is
is
a
this?
yes
This
or no,
ain't no
because he
interrogation,
lived and
brother.
died.
I take who's this guy? Would you like to have
That
smoke with
good
me?
guy.
Me and you can get in the ring. Come on, man.
What are you
Don't turn this to a
talking
clown
about?
show. I'm trying to show you the clans that Dr. Ben mentioned, and
Is it me?
Yeah, his mic went out.
So he's giving us this rant, and he's not saying that Dr. Ben believed this at what point in time of his life. So I just want to get a breakdown of when did he believe in this information and when he did not believe in this information. So you got to put a time period of what you're.
Yeah, and see, that's what I was trying to table with Chef. That you bring up stuff that he was talking about when his Hebrew days, which is what he read off in that wiki. He was reading about his Hebrew history, which people have a right to grow. Because I would hate to pigeonhole somebody, because I grew up as a Christian. Pigeonhole somebody and say what I might have said in 1999 or something. You know what I'm saying? So even though all that's documented, I just wonder like who put that wiki together and how much of that is really solid information. Like, because that stuff they said about UNESCO, that's kind of wild. And even I'm not sure what he was talking about. He was teaching Egyptology in 60, but we see him recorded as the Hebrew in 1964. So I'm not necessarily I'm really interested in where they came up with some of that stuff that they put out in the wiki. I just don't trust wiki like that either. So,
I mean, if Dr. Ben said that,
yeah, I'd love to see it.
No, my point being in that the groundbreaking information, like Dr. Ben saying that the Egyptians the first people to make the count, 365-day count. Now, if he was wrong about that, that's something big. Even of the mountain and the moon comment, that was big, and people say that was wrong. But he's not a linguist, so I can kind of understand that. You really want him on the historical aspect of things.
Yeah,
So
that's what I was really trying to get to.
right.
Like really, we just want to know, what did he get wrong about
Wrong.
history? So
Right.
you the name like the mountain of the moon. Yeah, we could probably concede that he got that wrong because it wasn't
Right,
a
but
papyrus. So that's what we're looking for. What did he get wrong from a historical standpoint? Is what I'm kind of looking like what he did. And I understand that that's kind of wrong for him to embellish his resume. That is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're coming from a pure perspective like Sheffrin is saying he never did that, but I have. So, I know if you're trying to get somewhere and you're really trying to get a good job, you might lie. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't hold that against him, but that's a personal preference. But like I said, that good guy, it's really about what historically did he get wrong. Because from what I know, he wrote Black Man of the Nile, um, something. I got his books right here. I do
like,
got
like the primary thing he talks about, like I said, the 365-day calendar. He talks about Nubia being the mother of Egypt, and that's the big conversation we're having right now because Chief X says Nubia wasn't a civilization till way later. So there's information that Dr. Ben did get the community before other people did, and he was wrong about certain things. Just like he was.
But see what I seem to think. Okay, so what you really got to think about, and that's why I say Brother Reggie is important, and I understand Chef not wanting to have him in this dialogue because it's kind of personal, but he could really give you bridge that gap as to how the Dr. Ben come into not being a Hebrew Israelite any longer. What time period? What time period was it that this happened? Because, like I said, we have them documented in '64 at Malcolm's funeral still being a Hebrew. So, what changed between '64 and '69?
He don't want Brother Reggie to come up here and explain.
No. It's just because it's personal. I understand what Chef is saying. You know, that's somebody that he really personally took care of. And that's like a father figure. So Chef, you gotta be a little harsh.
But James, Reggie would tell us that Dr. Ben got the Mountain of the Moon information wrong.
Yeah.
So hold on, let me finish my point. It's not like he wouldn't be factual with his statements about Dr. Ben. Don't get it twisted. He may sugarcoat certain things, but he's not going to lie about things. Now that's two different things.
Yeah, so that's how we know because Brother Reggie went looking for that statement to try to vindicate Dr. Ben. We know this. We've been right here watching.
Honest with the community to not make it seem like Brother Reggie's gonna be, ABC's. I can't say CNN, but he's gonna be like, give him or easy questions, or he's gonna, softball answer everything.
But watch this. When you look up, watch this, that good guy. When you look up that phrase, foothills of the mountains of the moon, look it up in Wiki. It's gonna pop up. So it's something.
I heard about it. So
it's something to it. But whatever where Dr. Ben got it from is what's in question because he said he seen it in the papyrus of one of those papyrus. I don't know what papyrus it was, but it wasn't in that papyrus. But that phrase, foothills of the mountain of the moon, is a popular phrase in Eastern Africa. So James, I don't know where Dr. Ben got it from.
We know, like you just say, you don't know where he got it from. You don't know what papyrus, where is it at? So as we deal with information, we want to give people primary information. The fact that we don't have that primary information, we just say we haven't found it yet.
Or he was wrong, or he misspoke. Right. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being wrong, but what I'm saying is vindication. It is a phrase. If anybody looking at this listening, still listening, called the foothills of the mountains of the moon in Africa. It was some type of phrase that they used for, I think, Mount Kilimanjaro. So,
but see, we can say that about Dr. Ben. We got people on the other side can't say that Darwin got anything wrong. So we don't have a cult-like behavior when it comes to Dr. Ben. We just say what it is.
Yeah, he could be wrong. But what I'm saying is the only thing I really would like us to tailor that is just the history. Like, what did he get wrong from? We can identify the foothills of the moon. Anything that he was talking about Hebrew history prior to him, getting the corrective history, we can say that's wrong. Now,
so was he wrong about Nubia being the mother of Egypt? He wasn't wrong about that. He wasn't wrong about the 365-day calendar.
It's so much that he got right.
The historical parts, because that was his thing. His thing was historical, right? His thing wasn't linguistic.
Then you'll listen to like Dr. Clark say, the only thing that me and Dr. Ben disagree on is which dynasty was greatest. The 19th dynasty, or was it the 18th dynasty, he said that was the only difference that him and Dr. Ben had was which dynasty was greater, the 19th dynasty or the whatever dynasty, the 21st dynasty or whatever, or the 25th dynasty. So they argued about stuff like that. They wasn't, that much off on what they disagreed on. Dr. Clark said this himself. So if that's the only thing they were disagreeing on was which dynasty was greatest, what are we talking about?
Yo, JJ want the link.
I think Chef left us some to
Yo, right, where you got that?
Chef, he probably stepped away, so I don't know if JJ can't get the link, but he probably still waiting to get.
Somebody said Egypt did not have the 365-day calendar.
That's crazy.
And that's what I mean. Our community is kind of slow. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
it's
they don't.
Google search. It's just that simple.
They had 3 different calendars.
It's a quick Google search.
I'm sending the
solar
link
calendar,
now.
the lunar calendar, and a I think it's the other one is the celestial calendar. They had 3 different types. They had to see. They don't even know them folks had. Them folks had a lunar calendar, a solar calendar, and a celestial calendar. That's how deep they was. So now,
yo, Chef, you believe Reggie is not going to give an honest answer when it comes to Dr. Ben?
No, I don't want to have a conversation with Reggie about Dr. Ben because I know it's more personal for Reggie. He had a personal relationship with the man. So I wouldn't, you dig what I'm saying? That's not, you know what I mean? I think he can have a honest conversation, not with me, not because of my stance that I have with.
Yeah, but like I said, I had a conversation.
I got you.
Yeah, I had a conversation with him like a week ago, and I was asking him and Brother Flag about, what predates us and, how, what they were going through. I think it was a good show because he got a chance to tell that history. And I think he enjoyed, being able to just talk about it without any pressure on him or somebody. So I feel what you're saying because, you coming from a different perspective of objectivity, whereas I was just really just, my stance is I adhere to Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. And I just was wanting to know as somebody that did want to know the history that I'd never be able to get because, Reggie got a personal relationship with him. So it just, I get exactly where you at with it, Chef. So I wouldn't even press you to try to have Brother Reggie on.
I agree with that statement you made, James, that, well, I agree that we all agree that he could have a professional conversation, but he knows that what Chef stands on it. So, I can understand why.
Yeah, but that show that we had on Smash Show, if y'all just want to listen to like him without any pressure, that was a good show because he really just told us, what was going on at the time. Like, we don't even understand the Africana studies wasn't created until the late 60s.
But Chef, can you agree that we're not, we don't worship Dr. Ben like other people worship Darwin? That we could at least say that Dr. Ben got things wrong? Can you see that?
So what did Darwin get wrong?
Hold on, let me finish my statement. Answer my question about my statement. Here we go to that. That's
I can't answer. I could.
So you don't believe that? Hold on. So I think that's the question. Then are we saying that these two human beings are so perfect that they didn't get? Well, rather just Darwin is so perfect that he didn't get nothing wrong.
I'm not putting that forth. I'm saying I'm asking you, what did he get wrong so we can critique it? I can show you things that Dr. Ben got wrong and I critique it. You haven't presented. If you present something that Darwin got wrong for me to call your pseudo, you know what I mean, or whatever, then you know what I mean. Let's get it. Anybody can get it.
Yeah, I don't research Darwin like that. Well, I have looked at some information that people were saying that he was wrong, and so I didn't go dive deep in it because there wasn't no real reason to. But it's a quick Google search, and there's other experts that say that he wasn't right and exact about his information. So, but what I'm saying is that the fact that I can at least research and find out Dr. Ben said something wrong and then say that he said something wrong. I'm not a cult follower like other people are with Darwin. Do you see the difference is my question.
Yeah, but you're going to have to, I see what you're saying. All right. I'm with you. I see what you're saying. But I don't agree because I don't see where Darwin made incendiary claims like Dr. Ben did. But if you could
So hold
show
on,
him,
let me see. Let me see if I can muster up one real
okay,
quick for you. Check this out.
all
He
right,
said something to the effect of, I'm just paraphrasing here.
right.
Didn't he say because that they were more civilized than the other civilizations, that they were kind of like the reason why they would be in the position that they was in or something like that? Did he say that, like, kind of like say that people that's, that don't have, if not advanced technology as they got, or like primitive and less than? Didn't he try to insinuate something to that
Yeah,
effect, right?
yeah.
So you
So,
think,
so you
think
just
that's
try.
right?
So just say Darwin was a goddamn racist.
No, I'm just trying. You got to be careful here, that good guy. So I did it as best I could without putting that in there. I'm asking him, does he think that if somebody thinks like that about another people because they don't have the same technology that they have, do he think that's right or wrong? Right? That's a prejudice. We know that.
Yeah, it's definitely a prejudice, and it also can be looked at as a fair assessment. Also,
Yes, agreed. But see, it gets excused by some based on the time period.
What do you mean by a fair assessment? I'm trying to understand.
if he can look at
He's
his
saying that based on
society,
what he was looking at
right, he
the
can see that
time,
my
that they were more
society
advanced.
is more advanced than yours. That you live more primitive than the people in my society live. That's a fair assessment. You can ride around in the United States right now and see people rich and poor, right? So that would be a fair assessment. Can somebody say that's classism or anything? You could say, you could put anything on that, but
Right.
it could be a observation that you actually are seeing. So calling
I'm
people
not
in,
disagreeing with him.
I could disagree because it's not a fair assessment if you're saying that the people that we just enslave or come out of slavery around, because we talking around Darwin time, like this, right around after slavery. So they're saying that we just did all this stuff to black people. Not saying that all these monuments, Chef, you probably don't agree with me, but they did all these stuff. You cannot then say that they are primitive if they did things before you even had the sense enough to build fire for yourself. So I think that's still a racist statement. But of course, the person at that particular time looking at them, ruling over Africa, of course they're gonna think that.
that they were primitive.
Let me ask you this, yeah, before we get too far. Do you think Darwin thought that Africans built the pyramids when he was alive? Or do you think he thought that his people built it?
I don't know.
See what I'm saying? Because that's what was going on back then.
So you saying Darwin? So you have evidence that Darwin believed that the English people built the pyramids.
Europeans. That's what I mean. If you think about it, if you think about every movie from the Mummy of 1930, they've been showing Europeans in those roles the whole time. So I'm just wondering.
But how you gonna put that on Darwin though? Like,
no, I'm just saying.
I think you're making a jump.
Think back to they excuse that quote for the time. So I'm just saying, do you think that he thought that Egypt was he going that far? Was he pushing that line? Now. Watch this. Was Darwin pushing that line, saying that it was a multi racial situation? I bet you we can't.
I never heard Darwin speak on Egypt. Now, if y'all can find a quote where Darwin spoke on Egypt like that, then I would say
that'd be crazy.
That would be crazy.
Just
we'll
now,
be able to call him pseudo.
But hold up, but hold up. But he was groundbreaking. So if he was groundbreaking to that effect, he would be saying that it was some Africans there before everybody, right?
More than likely, that would be his assumption.
Mm-hmm.
Like if we just follow his logic, right? He would put Africans in Egypt before anybody else.
Right.
He would be going against his logic if he put somebody else.
At the time, it was white people there. It was white light.
No, I'm talking about Darwin.
Yeah, we talking about him.
I'm talking about the information that was given out at that particular time.
Well, Darwin disagreed with most of the information that was out at that time. Right? He was one of the first people to postulate that that Africa was the origin of mankind and that all human beings, come from Africa. I don't think that the racist people of his time actually believed that or wanted to believe that. I think that was groundbreaking.
It was that part. They didn't want to believe that.
Mhm.
They had no choice but to believe that, to know that shit was factual, because they seen how the world was when they came out of the ice age. But it's like a manufactured brainwash, like convenient amnesia. You
Okay.
want to believe something because it suits your feelings. Just like the people that believe that the Arabs or the people that's right there started Egypt. You want to believe that because it holds your ego together. And that's my perspective.
Do you understand? These people used to believe black people didn't feel pain.
What's going on, Aston?
Nothing. What's going on?
Chilling. You said that
There's a book
that they said we didn't used to feel
pain.
pain.
Yeah, it's a book, Medical Apartheid. It talks about like how they used to do hysterectomies and cesarean sections on black women without anesthesia, and they sit there seeing them squirming and screaming like, "Oh, yo, these Negroes don't feel pain." So people of that era would say and do anything and sort of rationalize it in their mind when they know, that's not what's going on.
Yeah, but that wasn't Darwin, was it?
No, that wasn't Darwin. Okay. It's just scientific racism.
Okay.
But I wanted to actually chime in on another issue with Dr. Ben. I haven't read Dr. Ben in probably over 20 years. And so when he says, Nubia is the mother of Egypt, evidence-wise, what's his reasoning? Because
he kind of talk about the goddess, because you have the goddess Mut, M-U-T, before you have the goddess Nut, N-U-T. Yeah. And he talk about everything, like even the crowns, everything comes from the south. Well, even everything that makes up kingship. So you got the crown, you got the scepter, you got the wand.
Is that pseudo though?
No, it's factual. I just do the research.
See, I have an issue with people saying things are pseudo because they hear something that they haven't heard before, and I'm like, that's pseudo. You could make the argument that Egyptians come from Nubia because you could pull up a climactic map during a certain time where within Egypt, the only place humans lived was Nubia. And you can just extrapolate it from there. The first farming is in Nubia. The first herding is in Nubia. The first pottery is in Nubia. I wouldn't personally make the argument that Egyptians come from Nubia, but data exists if somebody wanted to interpret it like that. And a lot of what I see with these old books that sort of racialize everything, what they will do is talk about people in Egypt being black and coming from sub-Saharan Africa, but they do it in a time frame where really they talk about, all humans come from sub-Saharan Africa. So they get to talk about people coming from the mountains of the moon or the Great Lakes region. Yeah, that stuff is possible, but at that point you talk about a time depth of 50 or 60 or 70,000 years. But when they write it, they make it seem like it's more immediate.
All right.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, so you're saying that all of the stuff that's in Dr. Ben saying that you said Nubia is the mother of Egypt, and you're saying that that's factually correct?
Well, see, that's the thing. We can't speak in absolutes. So what I like to do is look at like specific things and see what's supported in the archaeology. Of course, we can support humans coming, into Egypt from Nubia, from Ethiopia, from, you know, further south, because all humans come from further south to populate Egypt in the first place, right? So you have that. And then you talk about the cultural precursors. Egyptians didn't invent pottery, Sudanese did. The first herding is not, it's in the Nubian portion of Egypt. And the first agriculture is in the Nubian portion of Egypt. But to say they come from there, see, that's a step that I won't take, because the core archaeological precursors of dynastic Egypt, you talk about Naqadans and Badarians. Badarian culture and Naqadan culture is not found in Nubia. It's a southern Egyptian, central Egyptian culture.
Hold on. Say that again.
Badarian culture and Naqadan culture did not come from Nubia, because those cultures are not found in Nubia.
Mm-hmm.
So it's when people say, oh, you know, like Chief X, oh, he talks about pre-dynastic coming from the Levant, and then you say, okay, which cultures? Badarian. Badarian culture is not found in the Levant. So how could it come from there?
Okay,
you know,
so
that's like saying hip
you're
hop
saying that's
came from
indigenous.
Africa.
That's indigenous African.
Of course it is. It's local. Everything about it is local.
Yeah,
does that mean people weren't trickling over? No, that doesn't mean that. But what it means is that, like, the specific package, you know, the cake that was baked, that bake was cake baked in Africa, and it had a whole bunch of ingredients, some of which maybe came from somewhere else, but you know, it formed in Africa and is like part of African geographic history and biological history. You know, it's weird to see people talk about, you know, Africans being mixed, so they're not African no more. But really, like, you know, that history that happened on the continent happened on the continent. You know, like people in Ethiopia and stuff that have mixture. That mixture didn't happen in Arabia and then people come into Africa. No, that happened on African soil in African conditions. And, you know, that's part of African demographic history. And I think people need to, you know, look at it from that standpoint.
But what are you saying, though?
What I'm saying is,
James, why you take down your screen, James? Go ahead, ask them, my bad.
Well, what I'm saying is you started off, and I asked this question before, are we going to be looking at peer review or just talking? You started off and you sort of just blew Dr. Ben out by talking about coins, pre-Columbian coins in America from the old world.
Yeah.
And number one, have you ever researched that? Number two, did Dr. Ben have sources for that stuff? So you can't just say it's pseudo, but you haven't heard for it.
Did he show one?
I haven't read his book in 20 years. I have no idea.
No, this is something that he just said on a show.
But that's something we can check.
Yeah,
right? You can't do it through ChatGPT. ChatGPT is broken. You have to do it through Google Scholar. You can search for the peer review. I found something in 30 seconds.
All right, so what you're saying is you found something that substantiates. So you're saying that you found something that substantiates the Carthaginian coins being found in pre-Columbian America.
I'm saying I could search,
Jesus
and
Christ.
you can search right now. All you got to do is go to Google and search. I put the link and the document that I found in the chat. I found sources for what Dr. Ben was talking about, right? But he said that, what was that, 30, 40 years ago? So I don't know if those sources are good sources right now. You know, we in 2024, that's stuff from the 80s. That's 40 years ago.
It wasn't good back then.
But how do you know that?
Because there was no consensus with the body.
How do you know that?
Because when was that? And so hold on, when was that ever accepted? When was that never? You're acting like that was at one time that could have been a credible source.
No,
so now you show me when that source was taken as credible.
What I'm saying is this: citations exist. So the document that I found, it was one guy, and he went over all the specific instances where people thought they found old world coins in America. So he went over like bing, 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 when they was dated, what type of coin it was, where it was found. He went over all of it, right? Now, as he goes over all of it, let's say it's 40 coins, that's 40 different citations. This person published this from Montana, this published this from Mexico, this person published this from, from this place. People publish the data. Ben Yakanan sees the data and writes about it. So you can't say he's pseudo for writing about data that has been published. And if you don't know about the publications, just say it's pseudo. That's not how you do research. You get on the computer and you see if there are actual citations for what the guy is talking about. If the citations exist, we can look it up and see if it's legit.
So, again, when was this ever credible?
Let's just. I don't know when it was credible. I'm saying the citations exist. So people found the coins.
Right. The source even said that. What ChatGPT said that.
ChatGPT was not around 40 years ago when Dr. Ben was on camera.
It doesn't matter. The ChatGPT said that those claims were made. So it's acknowledging that people actually said it at that time.
And people published it.
Right.
So what I'm saying is he has a citation to support what he's saying. Now, tens of years down the road, it could be proven false. But when he wrote it, there was real scientific work where people published that information. This shouldn't be like controversial.
I'm going to read it again. It says,
you read it from ChatGPT.
Yeah,
that's not
You're not understanding what you're saying, Aston.
No. I'm going to show him. I'm going to show him that ChatGPT said what he said, and then it went even further. That's what I'm saying.
If I publish something, check this out. If I'm Dr. Ben, I published something in 1983 based on stuff people published in 1963, and it get debunked in 1997. Am I pseudo? If I'm citing people that dug up the coins and published it, is that pseudo?
Yeah, you're reporting pseudo archaeology. Now let me read.
It's not pseudo archaeology if someone digs up the coins and publishes them.
It was
later
fakes.
analysis.
It was fakes.
That was fake.
I don't think you understand. Okay, like the Piltdown Man, right? When the Europeans took the bones and put it together to argue that humans came from Europe, they published that.
Yeah, but everybody didn't accept that. That was even contested back then.
No,
but it was published.
It doesn't matter if it was published. It was contested back then.
Okay. Hold on. I think I got a good one.
No. You got to stay on this point, though. It stayed in science for 41 years, though, Chef. Do you understand that part?
It stayed, but it was contested. It wasn't the consensus.
Okay. See, everything is contested. This is how the scientific method works. You publish something, you look at new evidence, you go in a circle and you do it again. Publish, reevaluate, test, hypothesis, and you do it over and over, and the story is constantly changing. And everything is constantly being overwritten, and that's how the scientific method works. Yeah. So during that time,
41 years they had that up there. 41 years.
41 years, right?
Y'all gonna keep
just imagine, hold on, Chef, just imagine you was born, right? You was born, 0. 41 years, you thought that was science. What are you gonna do after 42 years? Huh?
Bro, did y'all hear what I said?
You're not, I don't think you're listening.
You don't understand the importance of citations.
Oh my God.
This is all it is.
So can I read what ChatGPT said and you tell me where you disagree?
Why read ChatGPT when you can go to a scientific source that has the 40 citations of where they found the actual coins?
And it
ChatGPT is broken.
It said, right? Listen, it said
that's the lazy way.
They were all hoaxes.
They hoaxes now.
They were no. If somebody buried some shit and act like that, it was a hoax then.
Were the Vikings in America?
Why are we talking about the Vikings? Columbus?
Were the Vikings in America?
Let me see if I can. if I can bring Chef in here. Now,
I'm
Chef,
surrounded.
you remember the Suleiman report, right?
Okay.
This is recent. We in 2017 with the Suleiman report, right?
Mhm.
You remember that?
You better not
that
say nothing about
report?
no Neanderthals. Or
No, I'm
zap.
not. I'm
Okay,
talking
good.
about the Suleiman report where they said that the North Africans, where they took the New Kingdom North African, the mummies, and said that represented the whole Egyptian population from the beginning, and said that these people was
It did
most
not
likely.
say that. That report never
That
said
is
that.
exactly what the
That
Suleiman
report
report was
never
saying.
said that.
Oh, hold on.
That report never said that.
What
It
did it
told
say,
you
Chef?
exactly. Hold on. That report told you exactly where they got the mummies from and the time period that those mummies were. And it said it did not represent the whole of Egypt.
Yeah,
or
then
its
you
history.
talking about the redaction. You talking about the redaction after they got busted. I'm
No,
talking
that's the
about
Suleiman report.
No,
one I
the first when they initially dropped that ain't what they said. They said that represented and then you had
well, show me that.
Christopher
Show me
Airy,
the original.
You had Soy Kenyatta and all of them do rebuttals to try to make sure that wasn't the
Hold on. So you're saying that original report did not give the location, right, and the time period.
But then what I'm talking about in their final conclusion, they said that represented the whole population of the damn country.
Say, check this out. I got an even better example for you.
Go ahead.
I got a better example. Remember, for the longest time, humans and Neanderthals were two solely separate species that could not interbreed.
What?
Humans and Neanderthals could not interbreed and have offspring. Remember
That's what science said.
That's what they said.
They said something about the Neanderthal. The head was too big or some shit.
The head was too big. It couldn't come out this, that.
Out of a Homo sapien woman. But our men could breed with
No, it was totally incompatible. That was the theory. Total incompatibility. I grew up learning this. Neanderthals is cavemen over there. Y'all humans is over here. They cannot mix. That was orthodoxy for a very, 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 very long time. Everybody cited that science for tens of years. And now, lo and behold, we have genetic science that shows the population did, in fact, interbreed.
Well, damn, Ashton, I'm so glad you said it before me.
So check this out. So this is the importance of citations. For the people that published books back then saying they could not interbreed, they have tons of citations from anthropologists, whoever else, all types of scientists supporting the theory at that time. They were not pseudo at that time because they didn't have a crystal ball to see the future. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm with you right
Okay. So to Dr. Ben, there was work where people dug up the coins and they were, looking at it, or they got runes and stuff from Vikings in Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota. So, we always say the Vikings was in Minnesota before, or in, Canada or whatever, and they find Viking artifacts there before regular white people. So you have that. So that information was published, and you can find citations of people going in, finding these coins, saying they're old world and they possibly pre-Columbian. If he's citing that data, that is a proper citation. That's how you write academic papers. Nothing wrong with that.
I didn't say he wrote it. We just listened to him spew it.
Yeah, but you can't just debunk it out of thin air if it's something that you haven't researched and you haven't searched for the citations. You don't know if citations exist. You just
listen.
It just sound off, so you just poof. Oh, that's wrong. That's crazy.
ChatGPT said
ChatGPT is trash.
Hoaxes. All right, that they
it's
were
a hoax
hoaxes.
now. Piltdown Man was a hoax now.
All right, so listen.
Couldn't read is a hoax now.
I'll let y'all get y'all bars.
Super world.
I'll let y'all.
Hey, Chef, we echoing again. I don't know if you know that.
How?
I mean, I not me, but I don't sound like I am. But the brother is Aston B.
That's me. I don't got my headset in. That's probably why.
Okay. All right. So let's go back. All right, let's take the coins off the table. Fuck it. He was right. He was right at the time. Right?
Well, the citations were right.
No, the citation. Listen, I'm gonna humble myself just so y'all can have this point. Because y'all not gonna get out of it. Then he said that Makeda and Solomon had maps of North and South America that the goddamn Vatican was keeping from us. Of North that went back 800 years before Christ.
He said 212 years.
No, he said 8.
Either way, it's useless because we can't verify it.
Yeah, I don't care about it.
It's a useless claim.
Yeah, like I think that's the problem. Like,
was that pseudo?
It could be.
It's a useless claim.
No,
we can't verify it. It's
bro,
not
my
reviewed.
show.
It's not published.
Listen, my show, I was showing how Dr. Ben was pseudo. Was that a pseudo claim?
Chef, you cannot verify that.
I gave y'all the coin shit, yo. Even though it was complete bullshit, I gave it to y'all. I went to a stronger point, and you still, I can't win. I'm done. I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
I don't even know. I'm over here trying to say he did. I don't even know what you're talking about, bro. Right there.
I know you heard that saying before. Chef, I know you heard the saying before. The absolute evidence is not the evidence of that. You cannot disprove something you can't prove. Like, you don't
God.
Chalk it up there. You don't know. You don't know. It's in the Vatican. How can you say
I
that?
had faith in y'all, right? I said, okay.
Chef,
listen.
Logically, though, Chef.
But
good
guy.
How can you see he's lying?
But that good guy. See,
I would deduce that by saying how did he see?
Right.
You know,
see, there you go, James.
I'm not even dealing with that.
Hold on. So you telling me that?
Hold up, Chef. Let me let you know, Chef. I'm giving you that one. I'm gonna give you that one, Chef.
Hold on, James. Are you telling me that people don't go to museums and go see stuff that other normal people don't see?
I have.
Listen.
I've seen things in the Ethiopian Museum that no one has seen.
Wow.
That's not on display.
Why?
Why? Because I wanted to see it.
Why did they let you see it?
Talk to the right person, pay extra money. Did they take you in the room?
And what was it? What's the big secret?
Artifacts and fossils and stuff. It's just they ain't got space to put them nowhere.
So what is these artifacts and fossils attest to? Hold on.
They're just more. So Ethiopia has a lot of fossils, right? And you go to the museum and stuff is on display. But if you read publications, they have other fossils that are not on display. And if you really, really, really want to see that stuff, and you're a serious person, you get to talking and tell somebody you contribute money to the museum to see the stuff.
Okay. So again, I moved away from the coins, right? Not that I was wrong, but just to show how wild y'all really is. Right? I moved away from it just to show that y'all wasn't going to disagree with the nut ass shit that Dr. Ben was putting forth. And y'all proved me right. So y'all just fell into a trap for no reason.
Well, I didn't fall into
and you didn't, James. You backed up off of it.
Your second argument, James. Hold up. Your second argument, I'm off the boat. I jumped out the boat on the second argument, bro. So I'm right still. I'm not here to defend everything that Dr. Ben said. I'm not here to do that. But what's right is what's right. And even what Ashton has been laying out to you, that's what I told you from the beginning about the coin. That it is, I see
the citations exist. It takes you 20 seconds.
The coin, I'm not conceding that. But the other about what'd you say about
I got help now.
Steve
I got help.
Steve
I got help.
And whoever you talking about, Mark Anthony or whatever. I'm not really with that story. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who that was you was talking about, but I don't know.
Solomon.
Things in the Vatican that we have not seen that Dr. Ben may have seen. We don't know that. we know that Reggie could take you to the Met and you could see stuff that nobody else could see. So we don't know what Dr. Ben seen with his own eyes. I mean,
but so it's a useless claim.
That's I agree with that point.
For him saying that, that's useless.
But no, it wasn't useless for the
It's
community.
useless.
No. Yo, you know, at that time they hyped them Christian people up. So I can't say that as not.
If you're in an academic setting, right? If I'm in an academic setting, I'm not going to talk about the stuff that I saw in the Ethiopian Museum that nobody can go and see. I'll talk about the stuff that's on display. I'll talk about the stuff that's been published, right? In an academic setting, I want to talk about stuff that people can actually verify. Not, Phantom, and then, the Vatican, stuff in the CIA vault, that's useless. It's a useless claim.
I agree with you, but when he's talking about that stuff, he's not in an academic setting. He's in a just
that's an academic setting. If we talk about academics and you up on a panel and it's a judge,
I agree with
that's an academic setting. And
but
if I'm arguing, I'm gonna give you something that you can go and verify. I may even give you the DOI number.
I mean, in a sense of you teaching people, it's in the academic sense. If you're talking about it that way.
Hey, can I add on real quick?
Street Sufi, what's up?
What up, man?
What's up? Yeah, that's my brother Aspen, bro. I think people got to take notes with my brother. He definitely understands the trail of humanity and that portion of the world. So it's definitely important. I just wanted to add on what makes Dr. Ben at the time pseudo was he was bad with chronology, and he sometimes exaggerated points like Mountains of the Moon, Base of the Nile, and even Egypt being the daughter of Nubia, Nubia being the mother of Egypt. Yes, when it comes to finding early human skulls, the only place Homo sapiens at one time was at base. Finding a refugium was in Upper Egypt and North Sudan. Like if you follow the Epipaleolithic to the Mesolithic to the Neolithic, you only find people running through Upper Egypt and like the Halfling culture and the Kuninginian culture. They were the same population. If you start looking at those skulls, Halfling skulls, that's before dynastic Egypt. Before what we know is dynastic, that dynastic period. What we know is dynastic periods, or when they become this thing, it only starts 5,100 years ago or 5,300 years ago. There has been a lot of population turnovers in those areas for a very long time. So when we look at the earlier skulls in the Epipaleolithic or the Mesolithic, the skeletons there, you're going to find the same affinities, North Sudan and Upper Egypt, right? When you start looking at the phylogenetic tree, you start looking at the same genetic signatures. They're still predominant in certain layers of Egypt today. This is how we know Egyptians today are indigenous, not just because of their Y chromosome, but their Y chromosome is aboriginal. They're highly at 70 to 60%. Most of these men have EM78 under EB12.
That's correct.
Under that same EM78 under EB12, the brothers in the Horn of Africa have EB32, which is under that same EM78 cuff. So what I'm saying is we know for a fact that based off that, there was no higher invasion of men that came in and caused a population turnover when these men have Aboriginal Northeast African markers paternally. So the modern Egyptians
all to do with that new information, which is that you might as well deal with. You might as well deal with what we always had.
Right. But
we had the system of the crown. The crown.
But hold on. But listen, we have to be careful because when the people were connected in Upper Egypt and Northern Sudan, this is Epipaleolithic. This is Epipaleolithic. No, listen, this is Epipaleolithic. When you start seeing dynastic people, now we have to get to a point in the Neolithic. What's going on with the transaction? We're going past Epipaleolithic, we're going past Mesolithic, we're going straight to Neolithic. And we start looking at the people groups starting at 7,000 years ago, Fayim, Tajans, Badarians, Nakata, 1, 2, and 3, going all through those phases. Let's see what starts around 7,000 and what was the people group. It was at one point. It was at hold on. I ain't got long.
It was killer conversation.
Let me finish.
That's it.
Listen. There's a time. I'm trying to get to the point of the crown. You gotta let me make it to the crown, because you're basing it off the what's her name, which is when they said North Sudan was the oldest monarch, and they found it on that symbol, the whatever the symbol is.
Burner.
Yeah, that's what he's basing it off of. But if you also find things in Cairo, You also find things, it was human groups all through there. So I'm not making things based off one spot. I want to get to when we get to this upper crown and what
they
happened.
go to worship.
Listen,
they always go to Nubia to worship. Even the 18th dynasty go back to Nubia to worship.
Listen to what I'm saying, bro. You're romanticizing Egypt and religifying it, and you're stuck in. So listen. I'm trying to get to that point. You have Natufian population, or what they label as Natufians, already diverging backwards and forward from the Levant to Upper Egypt to North Sudan to Upper Egypt to Egypt for a very long time. A lot of this stuff that they're labeling as Natufian has an ancestral-based root that starts within that Egyptian realm. And if we go further back in time, you have three additions. You have three addition phases for North Africa, especially ancestral North African. Earlier ancestral North African, the 130,000, 140,000, which is the Tyrians, would have been more distinct from the Tyrians 50,000, and would have been more distinct for the Tyrians 20,000 going east. This is when you start to find divergence of what forms into what's labeled as non-African population, which is still Northeast African because they diverged from that. Remember, they just found out that humans, they just found out recently, the article was out that humans left out through the Sinai. That means that Homo sapiens left out through Upper Egypt and North Sudan. How long were these people there? What was the people group there? They already had divergence that was distinct from populations that we come from for a very long time. Separate, like the people, like a very long time. So the North African is its own unique cluster that does share affinities with populations in the Middle East. And it's a beautiful thing.
There's more pyramids in Nubia.
They're not Nubians. Because by the time you start talking about Nubians, these are two different separate, by the time you start talking about Nubian kingdom, and these are two separate empires. They may share genetic affinities in some layers, but they were distinct. They were not the same.
You're talking about where the crown, where's the hoe and the scepter come from? Where's the kilt come from?
Some people was going backwards and forth. From upper to lower, they was already going backwards and forth. So just because they thought that, they also found things in Lower Egypt that predates that.
Yeah.
Why y'all disregarding that?
Yeah, and can I get in a word real quick?
Go ahead. I just
want to make an important point. When you look at the data, particularly the archaeological data, the whole idea of Egyptians coming from Nubia, it kind of dissolves, and you come to the realization that Egyptians and Nubians are not the same people, but they are basically sister populations. I think that's the proper way to look at it. One didn't really come from the other. They're both a core Northeast African population, and they share ancestry. It's like looking at, Ethiopians and Somali. They're not the same people. Different language, different culture, different people. Of course, they're related, but they're not the same people. Regardless of
how. Hold on. Let me ask you. Hold on, Ashton. Let me ask you a question, Ashton. Check this out. So, in the nucleus of this civilization, how do you differentiate?
Based on culture.
In the Nubian A groups and all of that, how do you differentiate? And notice they started off with the Nubian A, B, and C groups.
Archaeologically, they differentiate based on culture. Lithic tools, pottery, material culture, burials, things like that.
So, but hold on. All of this stuff in the nucleus particular time is all of this pottery and all this stuff you can find is off the Nubian territory. Even the writing and all of that, you can find
it's in
because
both,
you know that the borders shift. So they're not that modern border that you may see today. That was once Nubia. They shifted, you know what I'm saying? So they shifted the border. But what I'm saying, where you see where the some of those earlier settlements are, all of that stuff, even the writing. So what language was they speaking? Who started that writing system?
I'll say this, right? You have different cultures. So I look at it from a cultural aspect. A group, B group, C group, Tasian, Jebel Rama, Jebel Sahaba. You look at it that way, and you can see the diversity of all the different cultural groups that were there, right? And
okay, but I'm talking about in particular the writing system. Who gets credited for that? Like, how do you? So you saying that the people that were south of the people that was in Nubia couldn't read that writing? They wasn't speaking whatever that language was that was on those tablets. That they began writing. They didn't have any. They wasn't pivoted to do any of that. They were just illiterate when they were writing in Egypt?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just asking the question. Like, how do you
they knew how to read. They knew how to read. If you know,
what were they reading? Were they reading a different text?
They knew how to read. Well, they had their own text. They knew how to read Egyptian hieroglyphs. They was communicating with the Assyrians. They communicate with the Greeks. You read the Bible, talk about people coming down and
no, but hold on. I don't want to go that far. I want to go with I'm talking about just the nucleus of this. When the writing starts, we know where they find these tablets, and
where they find them.
Well, Gunther Dry tablets, which is the oldest tablets that they can date, is about 3,400 BCE.
Okay.
So that's off in the Nubian territory at the time. So what I'm saying is, how do you say that they wasn't the ones that was doing any writing and it was just attributed to the Egyptians in the nucleus of the civilization?
Well,
how do you do that?
When the civilization popped off, I know who was using the writing and who doesn't have evidence of the writing. Number one. Number two, I also know that the iconography before the writing became the writing, like the stamps and seals and some of that iconography of the people, you see that sort of everywhere. But in the end, they're distinct groups. You look at what's on the screen, you see a whole bunch of distinct cultural groups. They're not all the same people.
Yeah, but what I'm in that screen, the writing is going to be off in the Nubian territory, is what I'm saying. But either which way, how do you differentiate the pastoralism? Who do you accredit that to? You accredit that just to some Egyptians, or do you say who started that, the Nubians or the Egyptians? And we know that both cultures are both pastoralism, pastoralists. So who gets accredited for that?
I don't think you I don't think you have to give credit and take credit the way you doing it.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just saying because it's already accredited to the Egyptians, with the Nubians being secondary. So I'm just saying, how do we do that fair?
Who says that though? Who says
you know
that?
Western scholarship? That's how it's done.
Not
so I'm just
really.
saying,
not really though. Western scholarship doesn't do that, because when you read Egyptology, they say the oldest cattle remains and the oldest pastoralism we have comes from this location, and that location is in the country of Egypt, but geographic Nubia. So they're not lying about this. Is why Egyptology is important. People think Egyptology is pseudo, or Egyptology is Eurocentric, or Egyptology is hiding something. All the information that you want to know to make Egyptians black, or to make them white, or to make them whatever, is in Egyptology books. They got all the data. They got all the skulls. They doing everything. They digging up stuff right now and publishing it. But if people don't read that, it's just like, we just talking. Egyptology, they say where the earliest cattle and stuff is found and where it comes from. It's like Nataplaya, Berkasiba. It's a new place. What is it?
Where's Nataplaya?
Say that again.
Where is that region at? Where would it be located?
Nabta is way in southern Egypt, sort of close to the Sudanese-Egyptian border.
I'm just being silly.
To the west of the Nile.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
Pan-African James asked me for the oldest Hebrew text. It's the Giza calendar, 920 BCE. A limestone inscription discovered in Giza, Israel, which is considered one of the earliest known examples of Hebrew writing. 920 BCE. Then what was your purpose of asking me that question, sir?
Yo, stop letting Goldie come up here without showing the source.
But I mean that's great.
The source.
Okay, that's cool. Okay,
the
that's
source
cool.
is.
But you know,
you want the source?
You, JJ and Goldie.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you bringing the source, JJ. But what I'm saying is, that don't predate, what we talking about. So that's all we doing.
So brother, have you, like you say, a lot of times we didn't write things down. It's called oral tradition. You pass things through your families, then you write it down.
Yeah, but we looking for, from what how we do it, we looking for the sources of something that we can source. So and from what we've been told, it was nothing before that. Before your particular indoctrination, what you're saying, it starts out with an Adam and Eve story, right? And God created the sun, the moon, and all this. That's how it starts off, right? So in your story, it does not mention anything that we're talking about that predates it.
So would you like I got
that's problematic.
I got subclans that speak of the Adam and Eve story of creation, the Noah story.
Yeah, I know that.
Several flood stories, these different tribes. I'm talking about all over. So somebody, who
hold on. Goldie trying to say that they were never sub-Saharan. That's a racist.
We on a different topic,
man. You gotta let him go. Just say what he gonna say. He ain't gonna be here. He don't be around long. If you start showing some sources, that'll all fall apart.
Hey, man, y'all gonna have to lay off Ngozi, man. That's my fellow Illinois brother.
He's pseudo menudo.
I appreciate you being honest about your dating, and that's really all it's about. Like, so let's do this, JJ. So just imagine if somebody told in your book, we just gonna stay in the book, it does mention Egypt the most, right? But they never mention Egypt's history predating their history, or even talking about their gods or anything that they had going on. Only thing we know about is your God. When did he start the world? How did he start mankind? But it never mentions the history that we know that's documented to predate it by at least 2,000 years. So that's a problem, right?
It's not a problem. You know what?
The book is specifically for a certain group of people.
There you go.
It don't have time to go into everybody.
You said it's for certain people.
You don't see.
Okay. Touche. I got
Jeff, we got somebody in Ngozi too.
Yo, that's crazy. He said it's going to talk about it. You're right. It is talking about it. So hold up. So just let's check this out. So he said he just created y'all kind of people, but you look just like me. You created y'all kind of people at a certain time. What date? Hold on. Let me ask you. What date did you got for Adam and Eve?
Okay, see, I don't have that right for you right now.
I'm just saying because I think they say about 4,000.
They can't give you.
So
they can't give you that date. Yeah, I can't give you that date.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. I was just saying that'll be pretty wild.
But what I can do is
remember that story that Ngozi, the Moroccan and the Egyptians that live in Egypt are closer to each other than anybody else.
Well, I don't know what Ngozi be talking about. He in and out, so we could just leave. He already gone. Let Ashton. I think Ashton has something to say about what JJ was saying or something.
Well, how about I heard y'all talk about what Charles Darwin he didn't get wrong, right? So y'all said he didn't get anything wrong?
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, okay. I thought
Charles Darwin Charles Darwin wasn't right about his evolution. If you do the research, there was some people that was talking about. First of all, he didn't have the instruments to see everything through the telescopes. I mean, through the microscope. So he didn't see everything. Don't believe that Darwin researched things and he got everything right. That's just
like the speed of evolution. He got that wrong, right? Did he get that? He got that wrong, right?
Yeah, that's. I wouldn't expect them to get it right because that's still an ongoing thing. As far as they got it kind of close, but you'll still see them put a plus minus on what they think about the speed of evolution. So, he got genetics wrong. But I don't know.
Genetics. Darwin didn't understand Mendelian genetics, which explains how traits are inherited. He believed in blending inheritance, where offspring are a mix of parents of traits. I got a list of things right here in my notes. See, I got notes on all topics. You see what I'm saying? Human evolution. Darwin ideas on human evolution were incomplete and have been significantly updated with modern discoveries. What else I got for Darwin? Let me look at my notes. Coevolution. Darwin didn't fully appreciate the reciprocal evolutionary changes between species like predator-prey or host-parasite relationships. So we can go through a whole list of things that Darwin, but I'm not saying,
Hold on, he didn't understand predator. Well, he didn't go through with it. That seemed.
I mean, Darwin got epigenetics. Darwin didn't understand the role of epigenetic factors like gene regulation and environmental influence in shaping phenotypes. I mean, hey man, I be having
A
all
lot of
these
people don't. A
changes
lot of people don't understand
guys
that
like
right
Uncle
now.
West, huh?
So a lot of people don't understand that right now.
Right. I'm
Oh
just
no,
saying.
I'm an electrician. I'm not expected to. But what I'm saying is that's somebody in the field who should have known it.
Nah, that's not how it works though.
You telling me that he should have
People,
known?
understand, the laws of the universe before the telescope. They thinking the Earth is flat.
Nah, but he's
Hey,
the
we got people in 2024 that still teach the world flat. What's that
There
one
you
guy?
go.
But that's
Brother
so
Sanchez.
about.
I mean, Pseudo Sanchez. Come on, man.
Yeah, somebody who took a who was in the Navy, which is crazy, who flew in a ship. I mean, and then seen the curvature of the Earth and still said it's flat.
People will see things with their eyes and deny them. That's the way it world.
So that's the question now. Are we talking social dogma or reality? Like that's my question.
I'm trying to figure out. So at the end of the day, about Dr. Ben, right? What's the consensus on his historical accuracy? Like, what everybody on the panel, like if you was to put a percentage out there, what percentage would you say he was accurate, and what percentage would you give him as inaccurate?
Now you got to think about these European Egyptologists and people like that, because they're going to discredit. Remember, they was trying to say that we were savage type people. There's
3/5 of
no
a
way we
human.
could.
3/5 of a human.
Let me get 5 seconds. Let me get 5 seconds. There's no way we can build these great structures. So this is the consensus of racists. You see what I'm saying? So are we going by what they think, or are we going to uphold and uplift our scholars?
Yeah, I'm talking about what we think. I'm not asking them. I'm asking us. Like, what do we think about? I don't even care about what they think.
Okay, well, me personally, I like Dr. Ben. Okay. I mean, especially when he get into the Israelite stuff. You see what I'm saying? But Congo. You see what I'm saying? He breaking down.
Give me a percentage,
plans,
JJ.
Man.
Give me a percentage on what percentage of the history do you think? See, that's kind of subjective.
Well, yeah, that's what you say. That's
so because you talking about some Hebrew history.
He was working with what he had.
I'm talking about this as a historian, just grading him as a historian. But and see, JJ, you got to be. I hate to tell you this, but you're gonna have to acknowledge the fact that as he grew in his knowledge of history, he kind of left the Hebrew history alone. Well, I'm talking about a totality as a historian. Yeah. How would you grade Dr. Ben on a scale of 100 to 0?
A Pan-African James, you can lead a faith just like a lot of Israelite kings.
Yeah.
Let me get into it. A lot of Israelite kings that were Israelites, but then they switched over to the faith of what they call it, Islam. But that don't change the fact that who you really are. You see what I'm saying? Okay. So what I'm saying is he got a lot of his information right, and then he got some things wrong. That's where we, more up-to-date scholars come in to correct them. But there are up-to-date scholars in 2024 that agree with him on a lot of these sub-clans that I was going to mention, and some of them that I did mention, like the Susu, the Mandinka.
Okay, so what grade you gonna give him? We got two more before I give my answer. So what grade would you give him from 1 to 0?
1 through 0.
I mean 100 through 0. Excuse me. Like, you think he 90% right, 80% right?
89. That's pretty good.
That's cool. What about you?
What would that be in the grade scale? About a B minus or something?
What about me?
Plus, that's a B plus. You said 89.
Yeah, give him a B plus, man. He was working with what he had, man. We can't knock the elder, man. He ain't here to defend himself.
That's fair. Let me see what Ashton got to say. What would you grade?
I can't grade him because I haven't read Dr. Ben's work in over 20 years. What I can say is those old scholars were working with things that they had.
Right.
Like when you talk about Africans being in America before Columbus, they don't have DNA. That didn't exist. So it ain't like they could get DNA from the samples. They did have the skeletons, and they did have those statues. The statues, they look African, but if you're from that place and you live there, then you would see, oh no, they look African, but they look for the people. They look at like the people that live there now. That's not African. But
that's Item Sertima, though, right?
That's Van Sertima. That's Van Sertima, right?
Yeah, but it's called a kelp. It's called a kelp highway. How they got here on the coastal line.
Yeah, okay, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
See, I did a presentation on this. If you go check it out on Sarnetta, he might have took it down, but you go.
Let me ask you
this. Okay.
Hold on, let Ashton finish.
Here's the thing. If
Africans did come here before Columbus, that's my stance.
Okay, but you know what the proof would be? This is what the proof would be. You would find skeletons in America that's carbon dated before Columbus that have African DNA. That
have African presentation.
Okay, no, hold on,
let me finish. That have African DNA, right? What kind of food did the Africans come with? Did they come with millet? Did they come with wheat? Did they come with
How did West African cotton get over here? You see what I'm saying?
If I can finish,
let them finish, JJ.
So Africans had domesticated crops, the Sahara-Sudanic package that West Africa was growing. Do you find those specific African grains in substratums of American burials? No, you do not. Okay. Africans had
if they were coming
cattle,
over here to trade.
Let me finish. They had
gold-tipped spears, ladies and gentlemen.
If I can finish, let me finish.
You let them finish. I mean,
you're gonna get your turn. You get your turn. Africans had cattle. They had sheep. They had goats. None of those things existed in America. Do you find ancient cattle in American burials? No, you do not. Okay. But you would. If Africans were coming to trade, you know Africans already knew about smallpox. Who was the guy in Boston? Only Simon.
Let me ask you something.
Hold on, let me finish. I want to make a specific point. I want to make a specific point. Africans already knew about smallpox, and they knew how to inoculate from smallpox. And Africans inoculating each other from smallpox cured a smallpox outbreak in Boston, and that became the template of how we do inoculations now with the poking of the needle, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So Africans already knew about smallpox. If Africans was trading in America for thousands of years and living amongst Americans and interbreeding with Americans, Americans would have known about smallpox. It wouldn't be a new disease to come over and wipe out all the Americans. Do you know the American populations were reduced by over 90%?
All right, can I get in? Can I get in?
Hold on, no, I'm almost done. Almost done.
Go ahead.
African-specific diseases. You would find that in the Americas. You would find, African-specific tuberculosis, African-specific lice, African-specific hepatitis. All the diseases that follow humans, you can sort of see in like an out of Africa. All the diseases and parasites, you can see an out of Africa distribution showing how humans spread from Africa around the globe. What you don't find is the recent influence of Africa on Native Americans. And my last point, if Africans was mixing with Americans, what you would find when you get DNA samples from African Americans and Native Americans, you would see the dates. So they can date when admixture events have taken place. What they don't find is admixture events between Native Americans and Africans that are before 1500. If we was here and we was mixing with them, it would be in the lowest levels of the genome. You couldn't hide it out. You would see it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. When we find, and the sad part is when we find African DNA in Native American remains, I'm absolutely sure that people here in this community wouldn't even know what it looked like because I found it and I got poo-pooed.
So let me ask you, Aston, what do you think about the Papua New Guinea, the Papua New Guinean DNA that they found after like 30,000 years in Southern America?
They was here and we wasn't. Why?
Yeah, so hold on. What I'm saying is that now before we got this DNA evidence, it was just postulated that they were African.
Right.
So do you not accept the fact that it could be a mistake of identity because the Papua New Guineans look African in phenotypical features?
Well, so there's two that's some of what it was. The skeleton.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying.
They look like Africans.
They
dated them
they
now.
definitely had African phenotypical features. That's what you dude, that's how you correct the new science of what, they were
Thank
just
you.
looking without any genetics.
Thank
but
you.
now that we have the genetic evidence, we can say, we can postulate, not saying that it's actual fact at this point, but we can say that the people from Papa may have been the ones that were the Olmec type people.
Hey, my computer about to die and I can't find my core, but let me give you some skeletons real quick. Look this up. The Luzia woman in Brazil, discovered in 1975. This is 11,500-year-old skeleton that shows African features. How about the Penin woman? This 13,000-year-old skeleton discovered in 1959 exhibits African characteristics. This is just some of the sources.
Features are not ancestry, though.
Come on, brother. I let you rock out.
Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish.
The Kennewick man. This 9,003-year-old skeleton discovered in 1996 has linked African ancestry. The sources: the Man Charter by Dr. Djorbi Tansmere in 1960. The Wolof Ector by Dr. Abadoulaye Kamara. I know I'm pronounced butchering his name. I got sources, man. How about the cotton? Let me just say this, and I'm gonna go because I gotta find my. There was evidence of West African cotton being present in America before Christopher Columbus' voyage in 1492. Cotton fibers in ancient America textiles. Researchers have found cotton fibers in ancient textiles from the Americas dating back from the 1000 to 1300 CE. West African cotton species identified. Analysis of these cotton fibers have revealed that they belong to the species Gossypian bardinus, which is native to West Africa. Pre-Columbian cotton trade networks. So we got pre-Columbian trade cotton networks. You don't know nothing about. This is just
Show me the bodies.
Come on, man. I didn't interrupt. Brother, why do you always feel that you got to interrupt? I'm being respectful.
I thought you was done. My bad.
No, you didn't hear me say I was done because I'm busting your head. Pre-Columbian cotton trade networks. This suggests that there were pre-Columbian trade networks between West Africa and the Americas, which allowed for the exchange of goods, including cotton. And like I said, you can look up the Kelp Highway. This is how they got here. But like I said, my computer.
JJ, you gotta show that
I will be
soul.
back.
JJ didn't win in.
Let me do my ending. I'll be back tomorrow because I will have my computer cord. I got to look for it. And I'm gonna bust your head because that's what JJ. Hey, you seen? Hold up, you seen what I did to Chief X the last debate? That guy didn't come out for 3 or 4 weeks. Then he tried to get on Sarnetta and act like he did something with a fake title, talking about they beat JJ, and the whole audience like, Chief X, you got destroyed. And if you want part 2 of this, Chief X, I see you in the audience. We can get it in over here. With that being said, Shalom Barakatah. I appreciate you, Chief Chef. I'll be back.
I want to respond real quick to what he said. Real quick. You know, right now, some of the most important crops, the most important crops around the world is potatoes, tomatoes, corn, peppers. All of those are Native American domesticates that recently spread around the world within the past 500 years. All of a sudden, when the Europeans colonized the Americas, boom, everybody got corn, tastes good. Everybody got tomatoes. The Italians making tomato sauce and pasta. Before that, they ain't know nothing about no tomatoes. They went over there, they thought tomatoes was poisonous. Right?
Yeah,
and so think about the idea.
Yeah, we think they always been making pizza.
Right. No, that stuff is new. It's less than 500.
I'm just saying that's how we think.
So think of a stupid idea that Africans are trading with the Americas for thousands of years, yet the main thing that we would want is the different types of food. You know, foods from the Near East came into Africa like 8,000 years ago. But Native Americans got all this food that look good, tastes good, but we don't want none of it. Oh no, you can keep all the good stuff. We just want to trade cotton for your nothing. Nothing Native Americans found in Africa.
Yeah, I'm definitely
make sense.
A proponent of us being here, in any extended time based on genetic evidence. I wouldn't agree with us being the indigenous people of America.
I'll say this. I found one study because I'm always of the I don't believe in it, but guess what? When the Native American ancient DNA studies come out, I'm gonna go and check because that's what I do. right? So I found one study that had one sample, and that sample was about 15% African, and it was 11,000 years old. I wrote the authors. I didn't get a response. I had other people sort of check it, and it's just like in the wind. But we have to be, scientifically literate enough to even understand what it looks like. I was on, whose podcast was it? Some clown. It was months ago when I first found it, and he's arguing with me about the data, but he can't even interpret the data. He doesn't know how to read admixture. He doesn't know anything about DNA. I'm 20 years in the game, and he's arguing with me about the chart because he's colorblind and can't see the colors.
So you sound like you're kind of genetically, aware. I mean, as far as like knowledgeable from what I'm hearing. So let me ask you about a population called Basal Eurasians. Do you know you ever heard of them?
Yes, I have.
Okay, what do you think about their genetics?
They don't really exist.
Have you ever?
It's an abstract. They don't really exist. There is no real Basal Eurasian population that they have found. It's a computer algorithm that created an abstract and basically said Europeans are mixed, and we got all the components that they mix with, except for this one.
Well, which one is it that they don't?
The Basal Eurasian. They hypothesized that something was missing, and this is what we're going to call it. And if you remove all the other stuff, it's just one thing here left. And so they hypothesized that Basal Eurasian is a component that did not participate in the initial peopling of Europe and Asia. So it wasn't like the out of Africa people. It was some people that stayed back, and later on they left. And one study said Basal Eurasian could be up to 80,000 years old.
Yeah. Well, that's what we dealing with. We dealing with people that use these type of terms around here, as if they're really actual people of significance to be dealing with the DNA concept.
It's nothing wrong with the term. The problem is people is real complicated, and people want to think simple. And even when they think simple, they think dumb, right? So like the argument that North Africa has never been Black Africa. From the simplest terms, if humans originate in sub-Saharan Africa and a part of those humans migrate north to populate North Africa, those are the people. Like, from an evolutionary standpoint.
This shit is crazy, man. I like you.
Right?
Yo, I be telling them this shit every time.
It's so stupid.
Yo, because who are the humans?
Hold on, but
they don't even understand when I say stuff like this. They think I'm far. They think I done went far off the reservation. So it's refreshing to have somebody on here that can simplify this stuff.
I mean, you have to look at stuff from human evolution and adaptation and out of Africa and African origin of Homo sapiens.
So let me ask you this, Ashton.
Hold on. Real quick. Okay. It's not about genetics. I just want to about pyramids. If there's more pyramids in Nubia, and then you have the Great Pyramids in Egypt, why wouldn't people think that they just built them? The same people built the pyramids, or the people got together with those people to learn how to build the pyramids.
Because from a chronological perspective, they're two totally different types of pyramids.
There you go.
The Great Pyramids are a totally different animal compared to those pyramids in Nubia.
There you
go. What I'm saying. So that you just deduce that, just leave that where that's at.
It's more cell phones in China.
And that don't mean they created the cell phone.
That don't mean they created the cell phone.
Yeah, but let me ask you this.
We have an argument right there then.
Okay, so Aston. If the Basal Eurasians don't have any Neanderthal DNA,
that don't make no sense,
hold on. Do you know the Basal Eurasians that
they started? If they have more pyramids in Nubia, and then you have the great ones in Egypt, where you got more room, more people. Why wouldn't you think that they migrated?
So, no, we're not arguing that they did.
That's an archaeological question, right? you have the pyramids, you have the workers, they got the workers' bones. And something interesting about the workers' bones, they show some extreme levels of stress. Like they were putting in work. It wasn't no magic, it wasn't no moving with sound. They were putting in some work, and their bones are deformed. They got spinal bifida and all types of disease in their bones. And the only other place that you find humans that look like that is American slave graveyards. People was, worked to death. So you got the bones of the people. You got the notes of the people. You got papyrus and carvings and graffiti where they arguing and going on strike because they ran out of eyeliner and the sun is blinding them. So that stuff is dated. And what you don't have are older dates in Sudan. I mean, we want to go by archaeology. You got the oldest stuff in Egypt and the newest stuff in Sudan. And the newest stuff in Sudan is associated with very specific burials of very specific Nubian dynasties that are not old. I mean, if you like interested in it,
hold on.
It is what it is.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to give a little pushback right there, Ashton.
I have a lot of pushback.
Hold on, slow down. First, I want to ask you one question, but then I'm gonna have to deal with that right there. Let me deal with that right quick.
Oh yeah.
Now, remember I asked you about the nucleus of the civilization, Nubian, A group B, and so forth. So we already know that these civilizations are started at the same time. They both pastoralist and so forth. We already know that. Now, those pyramids that we see later on in Nubia associated with the Kushite kingdom, that's just the continuum after the whole of Egypt has fallen. They last for a whole nother maybe 1,000 to 700 years after Egypt is already. So I'm not tripping on what the continuum is. You know what I'm saying? We already know that the civilization and Egyptian practices continue in Nubia for another 700 years.
Sure.
Right. So that's just that. But let me ask you.
But wait. You gotta give
no. Before I forget,
you gotta give them their own agency. You can't think of all that stuff as just Egyptian transplants.
Yeah, I don't even think of it. I don't think of it like that. I think of it as a continuum. Okay. I don't think of it as a transplant of anything. I never separate. But anyway, let me ask you about the basal Eurasian before Chef get out of here. The basal Eurasian, you do know that they don't have any Neanderthal DNA from what they say, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so what would that make them?
That make them Africans.
Okay, me and you, we on the same page.
But here's the thing.
See what I'm saying? Whenever they come on, I need you to slide over here with me because they think that I'm crazy.
But that's one interpretation.
Labeled as the crazy guy around here.
That's one interpretation that people left out of Africa. People stayed in Africa, and those are your Beja Eurasians. And then later on, maybe 20,000 years ago, maybe they left out. The other alternative interpretation is people left out of Africa, 60, 70,000 years ago. Beja Eurasians stayed in Africa, and then 50,000 years ago, they migrated out and was sitting around like the Persian Gulf or Oman or somewhere around that area, and they were sitting around there for a very, very, very long time and became distinct from North African. Yeah. That's one interpretation.
Whatever.
Hey, I'm just giving you the data.
I'm just telling you. Until the
this is from the peer review. So
I got you. Ask me. This is where I'm at with it. Until the archaic introgression happens, I don't give a damn what type of mutations humans have. We've been sitting on that continent for 230,000 years mutate. So what? The equatorial zone of the peninsula is on the same equatorial zone as Africa, just across the Red Sea. So they could have differentiated too much. Plus, if you know about the Nubian complex, we see Nubian arrowheads all on the peninsula at the same date and time. So what are you doing here? You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
We know the Nubians was going across with those same arrowheads all the way across the peninsula. So at the same date and time, so we know who they are. So I'm not even trying to hear it. Until you get introgression with archaic Neanderthals, you don't get Eurasian. That's it.
That's not true, though. That's not true.
Okay, now that's
not true. I mean, if people leave out of Africa, and as soon as they leave out, they get to mixing with Neanderthals,
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking no mixing. I'm talking about you just went over there and you chilled for 10,000 years, like they said. They said they went over into the peninsula for 10,000 years before they started to mix.
Yeah, but if those Basal Eurasians go over in the peninsula, you know, 10,000 years after the main branch ran out, right? And they just chilling, isolated, chilling. Those gonna be Eurasians because we already see that phenomenon right now. You see that
No.
You see
Listen
that
to what I'm saying.
phenomenon in like Southeast Asian oceanic populations. They landed there first, and they was just chilling, isolated for a very long time.
Yeah, but you're talking about based on water. It ain't no isolation in the peninsula from Egypt. They crossed them right over the top of the Sinai. You know.
Okay.
So it ain't no. So, but like I said, if you know about the Nubian complex, you still see the continuum because you see the arrowheads on both sides of the Red Sea.
That's true. That's true.
It's a done deal. We know who they were.
Yeah, but the Nubian complex, that's like 100 to 80,000 years ago.
That's when they said these. Well, no, they also have they have different dates for the arrowheads and in the artifacts. They're off in the 80,000 range too. So see what I'm saying? That's the same time. We know they went over there. We know who they are. So with that said, man, it's been a good show.
This guy, hold on, I'm looking at the screen, and you talk about the Black Egypt, whatever.
Oh, that was deep. Yeah, right. That was cool stuff.
Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing with Black Egypt. You know the parable of the kid that go up to the sage and they ask the sage, "Hey, smart man on the mountain, I got a bird in my hand. Is the bird dead or alive?" The sage tell him, if I say it's dead, you're gonna open your hand, the bird is gonna fly away. If I say it's alive, you're gonna crush the bird and open up and say it's dead. That's how Egypt being black is. If you want to see black as certain things, you're gonna look in Egypt and you're gonna find it. If you want to see black as some other thing, you're gonna look in there and you're not gonna find it. It's as simple as that. If you want to say it's people that look like LeBron James, then damn it, I'll show you a fossil of an Egyptian that looks like LeBron James. People make a complicated.
So what do you think about the records of the written records that they say when they document when people come into their history?
Or with who? Written records from who?
From the Egyptians themselves.
They say they sell. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So you agree at the time frames of what they say these people coming to start to flood in?
I know, and I won't say I think. I know black is a social construct, and in America, black is a social construct that can include or exclude all types of different people. Right now, people are arguing over if Kamala and Obama is black, but at the same time in our history, we have passing, which is when a person that visibly looks white passes as white, but really they are black, even though they look white. So
okay. Hold on.
If black is a social construct, how can somebody be black passing for white but are really black if black is a social construct?
Because it's a social construct.
That's deep.
No, you daggered yourself.
Okay. How did Rachel Dolezal pass for black? How did she pass for black if she's a whole white woman? How did Sean King pass for black if she's supposedly white? We all know how they pass.
He's white.
Because if a person that looks like that says, "Oh, I'm black," then we, as in Black Americans, we understand that to mean this person knows they have black people in their ancestral line, and they're choosing to identify that way, regardless of how they look. Am I right or am I wrong? And some of those people were born.
But hold up, they went what me and Chef now see this. What me and Chef on the same page, Jack.
That's what a social construct means.
I just think that socially anybody can say anything.
They can.
But that don't mean that everybody has to accept the rule, right?
But that's what we live in today.
No, but everybody don't accept the rule.
Anybody can say anything. I could be a woman.
But I'm just saying that don't mean that everybody has to accept that rule.
No, everybody does not accept that rule. If I go to Brazil, I'm not black. Look at me. I am not black in Brazil. I'm something else. I have a friend that's half Haitian, half African American. He looks mostly Haitian, and he goes to Brazil. He's not black. He ain't black enough to be black because they have all these other different types of categories. So, you know, the social conditioning.
That's the
where you
social
are,
part of it.
That's the social part of it. There is no science behind black unless you want to talk about social science. So
that's why it's really called dogma. It's really social dogma.
It's dogma.
So Ashton,
hold up.
so Ashton, what do you say about the Egyptians? What do you say about the Egyptians calling themselves black? Do you agree with that? Why,
I mean, I don't.
Why would they call
read,
themselves black?
I don't know the text to know, you know, the context that they were saying. I don't know. I know if you go to Egypt right now, I can point out some people, and you'd be like, okay, those are black people. If you ask them people, are you black? They'll say, no, we're not black.
No, I'm talking about the Egyptians called themselves black.
I don't know the context of what that means. I'm damn sure it didn't mean the context of how we use it today.
Yeah.
No, Chef, you talking like the modern, people or the ancient?
I'm talking about the ancient people and the shit that y'all
I'm
showing.
trying to make sure that so for clarity.
I'm talking
about
but
I don't know what they meant.
Right. So you don't know in the vernacular they were speaking, like, so you don't know on, you know, how they was
figurative?
talking.
Is it like when we say black humor, are we talking about black comedians or are we talking about dark humor?
No, they was talking about
I don't know the context.
They was talking about their skin.
Well then they are what they said they are.
Okay.
But I don't asking were they black is kind of stupid to me because, you know, whatever people want to believe, they can look at the picture and know, you know, okay, I'm looking at it. If I ask my daughter, she'll look at the picture and be like, oh yeah, they black. They brown like me. If you want to believe that, then hold on, believe that and go on with it.
What about if you showed up a picture? Hold up, if you showed up a picture of somebody from Egypt from the Fayum period in one of those mummies. You know which ones I'm talking about?
Yeah.
But what would she say? What would she say?
She would probably say they mixed.
So you said you can't fool your daughter, huh?
I mean, you know, I teach her science.
A child could see this, huh?
I mean, people want to have, they're not consistent, right? So they'll say, okay, black equals, you know, dark-skinned people from Africa. That was the traditional thing. Okay, if you black, you have African ancestry and you dark-skinned. Well, you know, there's people in North Africa, of course they're African, and they have dark skin. Are they not a black African then? Well, no, because they live in this specific area. Okay, well, if they live in that specific area and have that very specific phenotype, and you found somebody, you know, 2,000 miles to the south that looked exactly like them, why is one group black and one group not black? That's not consistent. How about we just stop using the term black because it's not scientific? If we want to talk about social terms, talk about social terms. If we want to talk about science, let's talk about science. And when we talk about science, there is no black, there is no DNA of black people. That's like pseudo shit.
So then you go with the term African.
They're African. Are they dark skinned? Some of them, sure.
So hold up. So when do you stop being African?
I don't know. To me, right now, those are Africans. Those are North Africans.
Hold up. You do know.
Good point, Ashton. James, deal with what he just said. He said that right now, them North Africans are Africans.
You want to talk about mass migration?
No. I'm going to hit you with some math.
Go ahead.
There is a mathematical equation genetically that you can say that somebody's an African and non-African.
That's a lie.
Okay. Let me, you said that was a lie.
Yeah, I'm saying that's a lie. Africa is a geographic place. The people that live there are Africans, unless they're recent migrants. And
okay, now hold on.
Go ahead.
So you said that was a lie that you can't measure who's a African and a non-African.
Are Cape-colored South Africans African?
No, let me. You said you talking about like Khoisan people?
No, the people that the people that are a mixture of Khoisan, Dutch, South Asian, East Asian, Bantu, all rolled into one.
So you talking about the people in South Africa that's not African, but they claim to be African?
Well, no, they're a mixture of Khoisan, Bantu, Indian, European, Southeast Asian, and East Asian, all rolled into one.
Well, each individual's DNA makeup determines how much of they African they are, to be clear.
Right, but have you, okay, pause, because let's do some clarity. Have you seen the DNA of the Cape-colored South African population? That's where we should start.
Not sure, but hold on. Let me
Google it.
This is can you say it says what percentage of Neanderthal DNA do you need?
No, it's just trash.
Hold on. And I know it's Chat GPT.
Trash.
It has the percentage, but hold on.
Go ahead, read.
Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Hold on. Let me explain something to you. You know that each one of these, whatever it says here, it has a link over there to the right where you can go and look at the paper. So I've read the paper as well. So, but
you read it, but you don't understand it.
Let me read this real quick.
Go ahead.
So you can understand what I'm saying. It
Okay.
says on average, people with ancestry outside of Africa have about 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA in their genome. However, the amount of Neanderthal DNA varies per population. It says East Asians have about 8 to 24% Neanderthal DNA, more DNA, Neanderthal DNA than European ancestry. So that means that these people over in Asia have more Neanderthal DNA than people in East Asia. It says Africans have little to no Neanderthal DNA. However, some African populations have Neanderthal ancestry due to admixture with Eurasian populations.
Pause. Read that one more time. Read that again.
It says Africans have little to no Neanderthal DNA. However, some African populations have
some what?
It says, however, some African populations
some what?
What do you say? What do you want me to say?
Some what populations?
Some African populations have Neanderthal ancestry.
Who? Some who? African, right?
But hold on.
But right in your text, it calls them Africans.
Yes, but do you understand what I'm showing you here?
Yes, but right in your text.
Hold on. Let's
right in your text, it calls them Africans.
It says, however, some Africans have.
Yes,
they didn't
some
say all.
Africans.
Okay, but what I'm trying to get you to understand, brother, is you can measure the back migration of these people based on
Yes, but that does not make them non-African.
Right.
It's calling them
No. I didn't say that. Hold on. I did not say that. I'm just telling you that even though they have it, they can measure how much.
I know they can measure it.
Okay, so they can measure. So when you have 1 to 4%, you become non-African.
That's not true.
It says, what percentage of Neanderthal DNA do you need to be considered non-African? That is the question that I prompted. It says on average, people with the ancestry outside of Africa have 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. So what that means is if you have 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA, you're going to be considered genetically non-African.
That's not what that means.
Man,
that's not what that means. That's not what that means.
Yes,
because they're Africans and people in sub-Saharan Africa.
No. The people in Africa have less. They do have Neanderthal DNA, but it's less than 1 to 4%. They're introgressed, but it's not that much. So it could be 0.6%, because we have it in us. We still look African. Hold up, look. Me and you got it in us. We still look African, don't we?
There's more than one way to look African.
No. Do Arabs look African?
Why do Arabs look like Arabs? Let's
because they are introgressed with at least 1 to 4% of Neanderthal DNA.
So what did Neanderthal look like?
They look like non-Africans. They were in an equatorial zone that caused them to phenotypically mutate off into people with light skin, that kind of hair.
You believe that? Are you aware?
Now hold
that,
up, watch this, Aston. You over here talking about science, but I'm telling you everything I got is in the.
How long you been studying this, man?
I've been studying this probably since about 2015.
Okay, I've been studying this since about 2004.
Okay. So what you say? So you saying I'm wrong?
I'm saying,
we can set that. Watch this, Chef. We can set this up. We can set it up.
Set it
to
up.
where we can present.
What? No, all I have to do.
DOI numbers and all of it. And I guarantee you,
I'll find something in like 60 seconds.
What are you going?
Give me a few minutes. Give me a few minutes.
Yeah, go ahead.
And
go ahead and ask it. If you have 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA, would that make you non-African? Do something like that.
No, I don't use Chat GPT because I know how to do real research
that's what it's
and pull up peer review. Chat GPT is a lazy person's way of trying to do stuff. It doesn't work. You have to train it. It doesn't know anything about Egyptology. It doesn't know anything about genetics, and we're seeing it right here.
Right.
Okay. So what's the disagreement? That Chat GPT don't work?
He don't think that
all
you
I would
can
have to
measure.
do
He evidently he don't think that you can measure. That's how they're measuring the back migration of this.
No, they're not measuring. Okay, what they measuring is not the 1 to 4%. They measuring the 96 to 99%. The 96 to 99% is non-African.
What?
That's incredible.
That's what they're measuring.
No,
right?
brother. That was
crazy.
So what you're confusing, and a lot of people confuse this. What you're confusing, you're confusing the African origin of the human species, right? In which all humans are African because the Homo sapien is an African species, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Chinese are African and Europeans are African because
James,
when the Indians come,
James.
they're gonna be like, "Oh, y'all the same. Y'all all Homo
Don't
sapien,
listen, James.
and y'all all."
I just told him now. That ain't right. Go ahead.
So you have that, and then you have the African origin of non-Africans, right? And so when the African left out and was isolated in Eurasia with no other Homo sapien species there, they differentiated over time. Do you understand that difference?
Differentiate to what?
To who they are today. So
you're saying you don't. So what would you? I'm just gonna ask.
He freestyling right now.
You don't acknowledge the introgression.
Yeah, I can freestyle because I'm
asking you. You don't acknowledge the introgression of Neanderthals. Is what you're saying? You think that's just a hoax or something?
No, it's not a hoax. But the other Neanderthals introgressed into what?
They introgressed into a modern human.
What type of modern human?
Us. The people that came out of Africa, the Homo sapiens sapiens, when they came out, they introgressed into the Neanderthal.
Okay, here's something for the people in the room. Are y'all aware of the DNA results from a 45,000-year-old skeleton from China?
What are you talking about? Denisovans or something?
No, the human, Homo sapien. The name of the sample is Tiyuan man. It was found in Beijing. It is 45,000 years old. The significance about this sample is it was, I'm gonna be like fast and loose. It was partly East Asian and partly Native American. Now, what jumps out at you at a sample from Beijing that's 45,000 year old being partly Native American?
You said partly Native American at 45,000 years old?
Yes.
How could that be possible unless you're saying that some Native Americans came back over a land bridge?
What's the alternative?
I don't even understand what you're saying.
No, what's the alternative if Native Americans?
You went to what? You go to somewhere? I'm trying to figure out who did you say? You said Native American and who?
East Asian. Yeah.
45,000 years ago in Beijing.
And 45,000 years ago. What's the significance?
Pseudo.
I don't really know. They're humans.
I mean,
they're not
like you saying that pseudo, but we can pull up a source.
Anything like that.
So the significance of this, There was nobody in the Americas 45,000 years ago.
Bro.
The Americas would not be populated for another 25 to 35,000 years. So what this is saying is the genetic variation that would go on to populate the Americas already existed and had differentiated in East Asia long before the migration happened. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can see that.
It makes sense, right? Because you got the DNA sample that's 45,000 years old, and it's related to some people that don't yet exist. So you understand how that happened.
So okay. there was not a mutation in
there was a bunch of
America.
Mutations. There was a bunch of mutations. There were further mutations. But what it's saying is the core ancestry, what we view as Native American, of course, we know they came over to Bering Strait, but that type of ancestry diverged tens of thousands of years before the migration took place.
Okay.
And you can see this in genetic studies on Africa, and they run the computer algorithm to say, okay, when did Europeans and Asians diverge from Africans? It'll pull up a date that is before the out of Africa migration. So it was already a whole bunch of differentiation going on, and then people left. And so when people left, you have bottlenecks. You have, you need to pull up a picture of a bottleneck, of a genetic bottleneck, and you'll see it'll show a bottle with a whole bunch of different colors, and then you'll shake some out, and the blue and green come out, and the blue goes that way, and the green goes the other way, and they differentiate. And that's what happened. Africans left out, and over time, genetic changes based on environment, disease response, immune system response, climate, all types of things, they change from being African. Some of them still look like that, but they over in East Asia, in Southeast Asia, they are no longer Africans. You cannot go and get a bone marrow transplant by someone in Papua New Guinea that looks like you. Your body will flip the fuck out and you will die.
James?
Well, I don't even know why he brought that up when we were talking about.
Because you don't understand how Europeans turned into Europeans and Asians turned into Asians.
Well, I do understand, but
you don't. I don't because think you think they was all one big
African. You saying integration had nothing to do with it. I asked you that before.
When they measuring the difference between these populations.
No, I'm asking you a question, brother.
Yeah,
does
it has
integration, that's like
it.
a yes or no question. Does integration have something to do with the phenotypical differences that we see from Africans and
No. Sure, okay. Yes.
So
yeah. Yes, they do. Yes and no.
Yes and no?
Yeah, but you look at phenotype.
Holy smoke.
Phenotype, that's
no, homie. No, I don't think you know what you're talking about right now.
Phenotype is a handful of genes. All the other stuff is way more important.
So didn't you just say earlier that they found some Neanderthal DNA and that changed everything from what they knew before?
Yes, they used to think we couldn't breed.
Just said that.
They used to think we could not breed. Yes.
Okay, so what that means is, if they thought that Homo sapiens couldn't breed with Neanderthal, they identified them as two different species of Homo, right?
Yes.
Okay, so when this admixture happens, what happens to the people that mix with them?
I don't know. They have babies. You asked me something.
So we found out they can breed, right?
We found out they can breed.
Okay, so now, at the beginning, it was a 50-50 split. And over time, now what we have is our genes, which is Africans, which are modern humans is the code word for it, but we don't want to use African. Would they use modern humans? Modern human DNA is at a 99% clip or 97% clip of everyone's DNA. But what they found that was left over was the integration of the Neanderthal.
No, that is not. That's not okay. When you
hold on, you
not
just
how
cut
it
me
is,
off.
though.
Hold on,
because then I have to correct so much.
Okay. Well, let me stop right there. Let me stop. So you saying that they didn't find an integration of modern humans and Neanderthals?
I'm saying that's not how they measure the difference between Asians and Europeans. That's not how they measure the difference.
I'm not talking about Asian and Europeans. What are you talking about? I'm talking about modern humans, which is typically Africans, and non-African people, meaning the people that's in Eurasia. That's what the Homo.
Oh, those people are
the
human.
Homo Neanderthal is at.
No,
They up there.
Okay.
So when modern humans come out at 60, 70,000 years, they ran into some Neanderthals or whatever.
Yes.
And they introgressed.
Yes.
Everyone outside of Africa today still carries that integration at 1 to 4%.
Yes.
That's what makes them non-African. You can see it in their phenotypical features because they're adapted to the climate that they're in with the light skin, the different color eyes and everything. It's off in them right now. So am I wrong?
So, okay, if they're 1 to 4%, what is the other 99 to 96%?
Homo sapiens sapien modern human.
And you saying that's African?
Where do Homo sapiens sapiens come from?
See, again, this is why
I'm asking you. Where
they come from Africa.
I didn't say no. Hold up. This
No,
ain't James
they
saying this,
come from
right?
Africa.
Hold up, Aston. You know this ain't James saying this. What do they say Homo sapiens say? They said Homo sapiens sapiens was that for 230 years before they left out. Did the science say that? Yes or no?
Yes, they do.
So I didn't say this.
Yeah, but okay. Here's the thing. You're confusing. This is why I said this first, because I know what you're doing. You're confusing the idea of Homo sapiens being an African species. You're confusing that with, yes, you are, with Eurasians being distinct. They're distinct Homo sapiens that are not African. Why doesn't this make sense?
Because the only way for me, now see, this is what I asked you before. Now, even if you went over, so so you're saying that the people in North Africa just turned into Eurasians?
The people in North Africa are not Eurasians. They're North Africans.
Okay, yeah, okay, so bam. So they didn't turn into Eurasians right there. So when did they turn into Eurasians and
never turned into Eurasians?
So what is that term? What is that term mean?
They mix.
That's just a naming convention.
They have Eurasian ancestry. That doesn't turn them into Eurasians.
Do you know what Eurasian ancestry is? That's
yes, I do.
That's ancestry that develops outside the continent of Africa, right?
Yes.
So
yes.
Neanderthals and Denisovan DNA is the only DNA that develops outside the continent, man.
You're getting somewhere. You're getting somewhere.
Damn.
You're getting somewhere. So 100% of Homo sapien leaves out of Africa, right? You got that, right? Let's say we're gonna use the color blue to represent them. They sitting around and they go through genetic changes and they no longer blue. They now green and they meet some Neanderthals.
Okay, wait. You saying they turned green before they met the Neanderthal?
And it's possible they turn green while still in Africa. That is the idea of a bottleneck. That's why we need to bring up an image of a genetic bottleneck.
No, I got it. But what I'm saying is
you got to visualize it.
What I'm asking you, Aston, is you saying that just because they went over to the Arabian Peninsula for another 10,000 years, that made them another species of human?
No, they're not another species of human. They're Homo sapiens.
They made them Eurasians.
What this means is when you find a genetic sample that's 40,000 years old or 50,000 years old in the Levant, it's not going to come up as a modern African. It's not going to have that type of ancestry.
I don't get the we're going to have to talk.
Have you ever taken a DNA test?
Yes.
And what was your percentages?
I'm 91% sub-Saharan African.
And how much what else?
5% European, 2% Native American.
Okay, that 5% European. That 5% European. Do you understand how that's Homo sapien, right?
Yes.
Okay, but it's not African, but it's Homo sapien. It's European, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you understand how somebody can be in Europe and they can be 100% of that? You got that, right?
Yeah.
So they're 100% European. They 100% Homo sapien minus whatever Neanderthal they got. Let's say 1%. So they 99% Homo sapien of the European variety and 1% Neanderthal. You got it now?
But that's the same thing I'm saying. I
No,
think.
no, 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 no. You are saying the 99% is also African. It's African from a species standpoint, but not a recent ancestry standpoint.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work that out, Ashton, because you kind of
Yeah, I mean,
think you kind of making it different.
nah, you spit in the tube, and it didn't come up 100% African with no Neanderthal. It came up as 10% European.
Yeah, but you know, I know why it did that because I'm in America. Like, look, what the hell are we doing? You know what I mean? If I would have been stayed, well, let me ask you this: if I would have stayed in Africa, what you think it would have been?
It depends on where. Probably 100% African. It depends on where you're from.
So we know how I
Stayed in there
got it.
where?
I'm in America, baby. So we know.
Depends on what part.
Huh?
Your ancestors could have went north and turned white.
Yeah, that could have happened too, but it didn't. But you know, I'm just saying. But yeah, I appreciate the dialogue. It seems like we might, but we're gonna have to parse that out because I don't know.
I think you should think less about Neanderthal, because if you focus Neanderthal admixture on your narrative and you keep focused on that, you will not grow. It will be in 2030 and you will still be like talking about the same thing, and all the stuff that you could have learned that you're not learning because you can't get past this one block, you won't know about. It won't be good.
But see, when I look at it and I'm trying to find out the back migration of this, that's how I ran into this. That's what science uses to measure the back migration of when Eurasian DNA comes back into Africa.
But
so you have to use the tools that science makes available.
Let's assume Neanderthals did not exist, right? Those people would still look like that because Homo sapiens have their own genetic variations of light skin.
Yeah, but it doesn't go into the spectrum of non-African. See, that's what I'm saying.
It does though. You got to remember the specific gene that make white people white is not a gene that's found on the Neanderthal section of the chromosome. That's on the Homo sapiens section of the chromosome. The stuff that on the Neanderthal chromosome, a lot of that stuff is deleterious. Our genome is getting rid of that shit quick, fast, in a hurry.
Yeah, positive selection, negative selection.
Yeah, a lot of that stuff is no, we don't want this, we don't want that, we don't want this. Yeah, maybe we'll take this thing for some Eurasian disease, but all this other stuff, hell no. We don't want
hold on. Let's do this before. I don't mean to do this, but hold on. I know Chef trying to break out of here, but watch this, Ashton. Let's read this right here. Okay. So it says the contribution to integration in modern human skin traits, and I can't read it because this is in the way. But let me see if I do that, it's gonna go away. Either which way it go, this is what the Neanderthals contribute to the modern people's skin and hair right now. So we can't act like that this ain't what's going on.
That's not the main one though.
No. What I'm saying is it says one of the most well-supported candidates of adaptive integration into large Neanderthal integration haplotype 50 kbm. It says found at a high frequency of 70% in European compassing BNC2, a gene on chromosome 9. BNG2 encodes a zinc finger protein that is expressed in that's skin. Talking about the creatines or whatever it says, and it has been associated with skin pigmentation and freckles in Europeans. So we can't act like that this Neanderthal DNA didn't have any effect on their skin and their hair right now.
I'm not saying it didn't have any effect.
Saying because that's what you what you said was.
I'm not speaking.
You said that they have a different kind, but this stuff still has something to do with their with what happened to them.
Yes, that's one paper. I just showed you that. That's one paper, and you'll find other papers showing the main ones is Homo sapien.
Okay, yeah. They said the main ones.
But
yeah, I know about how it changes, and that what that the allele that they have is different from but I'm showing you that the integration helped them speed that process up.
Okay, I'll give you that.
What I'm saying? That's all I'm doing.
Here's my suggestion for you in regards to North African populations. It's almost Eurocentric to see them as Eurasians. They are not Eurasians.
I didn't do this.
This is for
That's
the
what
board.
be killing me
This
about
is
y'all.
for the watchers.
When I start speaking in scientific terms, y'all get mad because this is what science is saying. This ain't James.
Yeah, but your interpretation
why
is
you
James.
saying that I'm doing this? I consider we can do this all night, baby.
Your
This ain't me.
your interpretation is you, right? And
okay,
we got to
keep blaming it on me. Y'all keep blaming it on James.
Well, we got to use the right language, right? We got to use the
yeah,
right language. And it's the wrong language to view those populations as Eurasian with African admixture. That's not what they are. They're Africans with Eurasian admixture. It may sound the same, but it's two totally different things, and it puts you on a totally different frame of reference.
I don't
their
know.
culture is African, their language is African.
Like why we got
some of their genes are African.
So nuanced about the topic, but it is
because
what it is.
if you're not nuanced, then you have a whole bunch of people just saying whatever they want to do.
Yeah, I think you know. I mean, I think you're trying to play nice.
No, it's not. It's not nice. It's just not. It's not nice. If you want,
I mean, you know, people get offensive. You know, when you just be kind of like, I guess I'd be kind of like too upfront for some people or something, because you know I don't really try to be reserved when I'm around my people, but you know it seems like people want me to be reserved in the analysis of what these people have come up with. This ain't me. I come from an area when people said we was 3/5 of a human. So when I come and find out that these people are the people that's diluted in the human genome, then why can't I scream it from the top of the mountaintop?
Well, you
gotta
should
be reserved in what we find is actually true after being persecuted and you know, denigrated for so long about who we is. Now we know something that's really factual. Now we got to start being nice.
Well, I'll say this. I'll say this. If you use certain language, it'll like stagnate the conversation, and people would get defensive, and the discussion won't go as you want it to go. It'll start into a flame fest, and then nobody will learn anything. And so for me, you know, these are always opportunities to either teach or learn, and not just like yell at each other. And I know certain things.
I don't think we yelling.
No, we not. Not. But if you get a couple other people in this room, and you know, we get to talk about people's ancestry that we don't know, and telling people back migrants and colonizers and all inflammatory stuff. It's just,
I get what you're saying, because I be doing that with our Sonic, but our Sonic be pushing my buttons. You know what I'm saying? So I be having to hit back. I kind of hit them below the belt sometimes. You know what I'm saying?
Can I get a shameless plug?
Go ahead.
Can I give a shameless plug on your channel?
Yes, sir.
I just want to you know, Chief X put out the call to arms to everybody to debunk his, you know, Mediterranean challenge and whatnot. And I was gonna let that stuff cook. I think it's kind of funny, but I'm disappointed that the conscious community didn't sort of take that seriously and really address him with the fossil evidence. If you want to talk about who is who and who looks like what, you know, there's a whole bunch of fossils that you can get in peer review and Egyptology books, and we can talk about how they look. And so I wrote something and did that. And I did it in a certain way to show how we in the conscious community, well, I don't consider myself part of the conscious community, but people in the conscious community need to use sources, peer review, and citations. It's useless to just get up and talk and say, this look like this. No, we got to have some sources behind us. And, you know, I wrote something to some of my Africa teacher community posts, and you can read it. And Chief X, you know, I want my $100 on live. I want you to, I don't even want it. I want you to just set it in fire on the live.
You want him to read your paper live? We can set that up.
Oh, well, he could do that. He can read it live, but I want him to light the $100 on fire live. I don't want, you know, donate it to Ash.
Okay.
Well, yeah, Chef, it's been real as usual.
Yes, always. Y'all brothers always bring it, and I like that y'all had a nice respectful dialogue back and forth between each other. That was dope.
Yeah, thank you. And certain people wasn't on here saying agriculture is not farming.
That's crazy.
See, that's what I'm saying. You trying to tell me not to do stuff like this, but then there you go, hit below the belt.
Hey,
see what I'm saying?
So some things are deserved, baby. Right? There got to be like a level that everybody is at. And
Yeah.
agriculture ain't farming. We really arguing over this for 30, 40 minutes? Nah.
You're right
We
on.
got to do better.
But all right, Chef, I
Who was that? King J?
appreciate you asking, man. I hope to see you around on the shows, man. Maybe we can
Yeah, that was
figure
dope.
out our little small differences on this genetic thing we talking about here. But yeah, man,
All
good
right.
show, Chef.
All right, y'all.
Y'all enjoy. Peace.
All right, peace, y'all.
Peace. All right, let's end that meeting. In that meeting for all, man, that was fun. But they came up here to y'all know what my show was about, and y'all see where they ended at, right? My show was about Dr. Ben being pseudo. And they came up here for 3 hours. For 3 hours dealing with everything but the fact that Dr. Ben was a pseudo. See, I knew what was gonna happen. I knew what was gonna happen, right? All the smoke screen. All right? All the smoke screen. Y'all see it firsthand. I'm a fair guy, right? I let everybody talk. I let JJ 7000 come on and talk about the Israelites being down in uh the Congo. You dig what I'm saying? I let everybody come on and spew their madness, but the show was about Dr. Ben being pseudo. So Top Dollar, where you been at, broski? I seen you be over there on Sinetta. You be over on Sinetta cutting up Top Dollar. I be seeing you. You feel me? I be seeing you. Yeah, let Unc need to go cool off. Unc need to go somewhere and cool off. I'm not even entertaining that nonsense, right? We not even gonna entertain that nonsense because the saying here is hit dog holler. The saying is hit dog holler, right? So we not even gonna entertain it, right? I do stuff just to get a response out of people. So the fact that you gave a response shows that, you know. Woo! You just want to see if you can press buttons. You dig? Like, let me see if this shit hurt, right? So you press the button. You really don't want everything that's coming back. You just want to see if that, would that. All right. So yeah, let him have his little hissy fit. Let over there have his little hissy fit, right? You know, that was a chess move. I knew it was gonna elicit a response. I knew it was gonna elicit a response, y'all. So, right, we have no animosity, right? We're not responding back. It was just our opinion, and we leaving it there. It wasn't for an argument. All right. You said what you said, brother. Right? We played your words. You said what you said, like this right here. Listen, y'all. Listen to this right here, y'all.
So let's, for the standpoint of science, right? We'll just take the confusing term out of it because when I say black, I actually mean African, right?
Play it again.
So let's, for the standpoint of science, right? We'll just take the confusing term out of it because when I say black, I actually mean African, right?
Right. So every time you was saying that the ancient Egyptians was African, nigga, you was really saying black. You just said it. We always known what you was saying. We always known that you was a Dr. Ben sycophant. We already known it. Bow. We got a bead on you niggas. You feel me? And we gonna keep on keeping on. But that's my guy. Right? That's my guy. Fuck what y'all say. um so did we cover everything? Did we have a good show? I think we did. Is it anything else? Top Dollar, you said you stuck on Mafia. Mafia Redemption. I unplugged my damn PlayStation, man. I didn't hook my Xbox up. I'm gonna tell y'all a dope game to get, right? If y'all into gaming. This right here, this console right here, this right here is called a Steam Deck, right? And it is dope. It play PC games and everything, right? Yeah, y'all get yourselves one, right? Fire. I love it. I take it everywhere with me. You dig what I'm saying? Wide arrangement of games you can actually I said you said you brought it because of me. That's good. It's a good game, Top Dollar. Yo, it's dope. But check this out, Dollar. Get one of these, right? Steam Deck. Dope. You know what I mean? Handheld. You can take your games with you. Fire. Fire. I'm playing right now on here. I got downloaded my Red Dead Redemption, right? I got Red Dead Redemption downloaded on here. I play my Spider-Man Miles Morales on here. What else? I think I got an Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Yeah, I got my Assassin's Creed Valhalla on here. I never finished that on the console, so I put it on here. So every time I'm at work and I get some downtime to play, I go ahead and pop over this. And it's also a computer, right? It is also a computer, so I can YouTube, I can do everything on here on the computer. You dig what I'm saying? Ricardo said Unc is extremely disingenuous. He said fake Dr. Ben taught evolution. Dr. Ben never taught evolution. Dr. Ben mentioned evolution in a statement and how it was misused by racists. Yo, so yeah, I listen. I play yeah. That Valhalla is the shit, yo. Trust me. That one was dope. That one was dope. The Origins is dope too. That's the Egyptian one. I might play that one for y'all. I might play Origins for y'all. That'd be dope since y'all love Egypt. While we having a conversation about Egypt, I will have Assassin's Creed Origin playing in the background. You know what I mean? And y'all know it. They actually have actual Egyptologists that worked on that game. So we can go through and read all of the glyphs and everything. You dig what I'm saying? Maybe we can get James and Smashing them on here to read the glyphs. That's definitely too much. Egypt. You know what I mean? We're gonna see what some of them glyphs actually say. We might try to break them down ourselves. All right. Dope game though. Dope game. All right, y'all. Again, Dr. Ben bites the dust. He taught pseudo history and pseudoscience. He brought the community pseudo archaeology. So we ain't rocking with Dr. Ben. It is a wrap. All right, y'all. We out, man. I had a ball.
Let's get ready to rumble! For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world.
Pull up the seat and pull out the shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass. The coalition of bitches, they talk trash. On the mission to fit in your soft ass. Rolling green and clubbing this golf class. Loaded lust couldn't say they lost ass. The conscious community streets is all sad. Niggas be thinking they heat, they all last. Be conscious of all the sand in the hourglass. Be humble when be prepared when the power pass. Old and young niggas, we all class. Ideology different, we move the ball fast. Yeah, these chickens is out of season, we haul ass. There's a reason we undefeated, it's all fast. Pull up a seat and pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast. Straight up balling out on they fraud ass. Pull up a seat and pull out a shot glass. Carnivorous for the podcast. Try media for the broadcast.